Cool. You do that. Cool. Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna have you. This is gonna be over here. This is gonna be right here. I might have to turn the gain up. If I'm, oh god, I just realized I've got the gain up like crazy. I had it up high on my microphone, so let me know if I'm too loud. Cool. That's somebody can hear us. So sup, Wes. Hi, everybody. As we do with all of these things, we're working on the audio and the video. On the audio and the video. Yeah, I'm gonna just try to get you away. You were not that high on speaker, so. Yeah, I'm gonna just try to get you away. Oops, that's because I turned it the wrong direction. Ha ha ha. Oops, that's because I turned it the wrong direction. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I don't see that the audio that you were sending is picking up anymore on the microphone. So yeah, I don't see that the audio that you were sending is picking up anymore on the microphone. So yeah, I don't see that the audio that you. Well, let's do this. Give it up.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Hometown TCG. You guys know me. My name is Josh, and I've got a special guest today. Hit me with the intro, bro.
Howdy, howdy. Oh, am I doing an intro? I'm also adjusting the camera. This whole thing is a comedy of errors. I'm excited to tell the story of that.
Well,
so I don't even know where my face is supposed to be in comparison right now because it's all on a delay.
Scoot to your left, like right there, dude. You are crushing it. Okay, guys, as we go through an audio test, how this came about is Joey was putting out an amazing content, and if you guys want to see just unfiltered gameplay, you need to head over to Decks and Drafts YouTube channel. There's a link in this live stream's description for unfiltered, no commentary gameplay. He was doing some awesome stuff. So I reached out. I was like, hey, I know some of the guys in Hometown TCG Ascent are playing over there. I'm loving your content. Do you want to commentate this thing? And he was in. So let's do it, man.
Yeah, so, and I say that I wanted to commentate this thing, but I'm also judging this thing. So I want to respect the judging process here. So you're going to see a mixture of me as well as some of the other members of Hometown TCG, Nick and Ian, at least for at least top 8 round 1. We'll see who else we cycle. We'll see who else gets knocked out because, well, I'll save that. Because it's top 8. I'll talk about the top 8.
You did. And then just really quick, I want to give you a chance to talk top 8. It's your guys' event out there in Colorado, but the game store that it's being played at is what store?
So that is Fabled Collections out of Estes Park. They do a lot of online tournaments. If you guys are familiar with Kitchen Table TCG, they do a lot of stuff with them. They also host their own events, Wednesday, Tuesday, Sunday. They have a lot of online events.
Okay.
Including some of those actually being proper armory events also.
Sick.
So yeah, I can definitely link people to that. But we'll do that part later. We can do that part later. You got the whole night to talk about this.
And then give me the top 8 breakdown. And as you do, I do want to say I am not new to Decks and Drafts content. I've commented on your videos. I've checked them out. The one thing you crush me at is those shorts. You rock those. I don't know how to do those at all. I'm not interesting enough to put out a minute video and actually grab someone's attention. So just to you, dude, I got a nice little beer here. I know you can't partake.
No!
I'm going to steal your thunder a little bit. Cheers, my man. Hit us with
in like a Mason. Oh, I can't have a beer.
Hit us with the top 8, my friend. Let's see. What do we got coming out there?
Pink solo cup of safety pins. Cheers to you.
Oh, try not to drink the safety pins. Cheers, my friend.
I'm not going to drink the safety pins. All right, so you're gonna drink, and then I'm gonna talk about top 8 while you drink. Here's who we have. We've man. I hate that a Bolton was on the bubble. Bolton didn't get number 9, my buddy Casey. But let's talk about top 8. Everybody lost at least once. There are no undefeateds in our top 8.
Oh, really?
Nope. And it could have been John Sayak, who rocks top spot with Viserai. But if you got his last match, That was a little sad. 4 dominated Oaken, or 4 Oaken Olds plus a dominated Crippling Crush to start the game. You don't really blast through that. So anyway, here's what we have. John Sidek coming in with 5 wins. He's playing Viserai. He's your only Viserai in the top 8. Chris Brummett, rocking Starvo. He's number 2. Seth Roberts bringing Dash to the party. I'm excited to see that deck in action. Yeah, he got super high rolled. Yeah, so Seth Roberts coming in with a Dash. I think I'm going to put that on stream first because I want to see it.
Okay.
So that's what I've decided. We've seen everybody else.
It is decided.
Jay is gonna rock Starvo. He's coming in at number 4. Michael Lau at Prism. He's number 5. Wesley Cole also with Prism. That's number 6. Zephin James Oldham, number 7, and coming in, I think one of your boys, Easton Douglas, hopping in at number 8, also on Oldham. So that is 1 Viserai, 2 Starvos, 2 Oldhams, 2 Prisms, and a Dash for good measure.
Holy cow, dude, what a diverse field. That's a really cool experience. Was there a lot of heroes represented in the full field out there?
We had 11.
11 heroes.
11 heroes represented. Let's see if I can do this from memory. 2 Chains, 2 Reinars, a Prism, plenty of Prisms. 6 Prisms, couple Viseries. Gosh, who do we have? Oh, I've got the breakdown elsewhere.
Some Starvos, I'm sure.
Wait a second, I literally wrote it down. I put it down. So I'll give it to you direct. I'm complicating this.
I'm into it.
That's what I do. I like to overcomplicate. So here's the proper hero breakdown, I hope. I keep getting locked up in all of the other cool things that people are posting.
Dude, don't worry.
Here we go. All right, I got it. So today we had a crew of 35.
Okay, good size Proquest. I'm into it.
Good size Proquest, especially given that this is so far out of the way for so many. Okay. Estes Park is up in the mountains. This is a resort town.
Okay.
So anyway, of our 35, 7 of them are Starvo, 6 are Viserai, 6 Lexis, because Lexi won our last Proquest, so everyone's giving her a go.
Okay.
4 Oldhams, 4 Prisms, 2 Reinars, 2 Chains, 1 Dash, 1 Bolton, 1 Briar, and 1 Queen Azalea. Who did not do so well.
The Azalea didn't do too hot. The big surprise there for me is not the number of Prisms. I've been doing a lot of heavy play testing with a lot of the guys, from Team Ascent and those guys, as well as a lot of the locals and friends of mine. And Prism is popping off. Prism can play a really good game. I'm surprised to see the low number of Briars. Was that kind of out of the blue for you?
Yeah, a little bit, honestly. That was our meta for such a long time. I think most of the Briar guys actually went over to Starvo. It's just kind of a different kind of aggro.
It is. It's 100% a different kind of aggro. It's flip-floppy.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So no, we used to be very, very Briar heavy out in Colorado, and then there's a lot of switches over to Lexi as well. Those are usually Ice Lexis. I think there was one Lightning Super Aggro Tri-Shot Death Dealer Snapshot Insanity Lexi that was doing pretty well.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a mixture of crazy, and I dig it. That's what we do here in Colorado.
That is awesome. Let's take a second here. Let's talk to the comments section a little bit, you and me. We have found out we're coming in clear. We got Bova telling us we're looking and sounding great and mentioning that John Rooks did get extremely high rolled, and that's just bound to happen every once in a while. Shred Zebra, shout out, what's going on? And then Finna's still working on that Briar list. Shout out to you, Finina, I think it is. It's so bad with me and names. If I butcher your name in the comment section, I'm so sorry. But shout out to all you guys. You guys are crushing it. Yes, Michael, Easton, Chris, and John. A quick shout out to the team Hometown TCG Ascent guys are the guys in the top 4. So I'm super stoked for that. But I'm also super stoked just to see what the rest of the field has to present. And what kind of time frame? What are we looking at for that first top 8 game to kick off?
When we're looking for that first top 8 is actually when I get the heck out of here and set that top 8 up. So I'm also judging tonight. So you're going to see me swapping in with a couple other people. But additionally, I want to respect my judge duties, especially for top 8 for a Proquest.
Of course.
So I'm going to bring in some guests who are going to help out with commentary. So that'll be great. Should be a couple minutes, honestly, for that. Okay. So I'm going to. I probably need to go get that going.
Yep, I'll interact with chat. We'll be hanging out. If you want to pop one of the Ascent guys in, if they're bored, just drop them in the seat. I'll leave the view up, and then good luck to you, dude. And again, one more time to everyone out there, huge shout out to Joey at Decks and Drafts. If you haven't subscribed, you need to go over there. You need to click the sub button. And if you want unfiltered gameplay without mine and, admittedly your voice kind of in the way and over the gameplay, visit Decks and Drafts YouTube channel for this unfiltered game where we're getting this stream from. So check that out for sure. And thanks again, man. Good luck on your judging duties, and I'm sure I'll catch you soon.
Thank you guys so much. I will be right back. I'll bring somebody in. I don't know how well their lighting's going to be, but they're also taller than me. We'll figure it out. Josh, that's going to be you. Be a badass director. And also, big thanks to Josh for putting this thing together, because we are literally out in the middle of nowhere where I've got internet coming in 2 different ways, and I have no clue how in the world we pulled this off. So
you got a cord running across the shop from what you were telling me, right? You got like this cord running across the shop?
Yeah, so I'm leveraging crappy Wi-Fi because the actual stream is on cord, and it's a bit rough. I'm gonna be right back, so that way I can get somebody in here so you can talk a little bit more. I'm gonna put that dash on stream. I don't. It's my decision. It's my event. We're gonna do this. I want to see the dash.
Hey, we'll watch any gameplay you give us. Thanks again, and again, shout out you, and we'll see you soon, man.
Yep. I'll see you guys real soon.
All right, now that if Joey's off stream, I don't have an excuse to drink beer anymore. This is just me drinking beer on a Saturday night watching FaB, which. Albeit,
I'm still here for 2 seconds. Drink. I'll be back.
All right, guys. And to you guys in the comment section, thank you so much for stopping by. This is going to be a blast. This all came about so last second. I'm really honored to be able to do this. I cannot wait. I'm stoked. I love watching FaB gameplay. I was actually up way too late last night at locals, jamming some FaB games with some buddies from John, Hometown TCG, Dennis, a great buddy of ours that played at Proquest today, Zach. We were playing some awesome games, and I actually played the Lightning Lexi list that won a Colorado Proquest last weekend that a lot of the Ascent guys pointed me in the direction of, and it was a fire list. So a lot of you guys, if you're looking out there, if you're looking for something to build, there's some spicy Lightning Lexi tech out there. There's some in there I want to change, and I can't wait. But in the meantime, while we're looking to get someone out there, let me know in the comment section, guys. Blow this comment section up. I want to hear your ProQuest stories. How have your ProQuest gone? Have you gotten into any? Are you still waiting for some to come? What's your ProQuest season looking like so far? So we got some people that have played at the local game store. Vanita, that's awesome. Joey is rocking it today for sure. Michael Kaywood's list, that dude is such a nice person. I'm so happy he won that program. Yeah, Michael Kaywood, he crushed it. That list was so cool. I'm so glad you have the name too. Shout out Michael Kaywood for the list. That was just a very cool experience. Very awesome. And then it looks like we have a special guest. But oh, no, he's not that special. It's just Joey again.
It's just me again. But I have brought Mr. Nick Zimmerman. He's going to be the one in the chair.
Let's go.
What dash are we doing?
Dash versus whoever Dash is placing.
Dash Prism?
Dash Prism then.
Let's go.
All right. Well, cool.
Joey, thank you. All right, we got Dash Prism coming in. We have Mr. Nick. Nick, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people.
I can't really hear right now.
Oh, you can't hear right now?
That's me. That's on this.
Good.
Josh, you're too quiet.
Nobody has ever said that in the history of humankind. That is ridiculous. Chris's goal is to win a ProQuest 1 game tomorrow. Dude, Chris, come on. You're going to crush it. I know that you're going to crush it. I've seen how much work you put in. You got this, dude. Fanita's good person to be at the Dash Prism game. Nick does have the game knowledge. We have the expert in the chair. Dust Firm almost made top 8 on Katsu. Finished 10th based on True Breakers. Did you have a tie in there? Oh, a tie would just tilt me so much. All right, let's see. I think we have them all set up. Nick, are you here?
I'm here.
Let's go. Introduce yourself to the people, dude.
What's going on, guys? I'm Nick from Team Ascent. So
that is awesome.
I can eat my words and watch a dash in the top 8 after, the video a week and a half ago saying dash wasn't great.
Oh,
the meta has shifted quite a bit.
There has been so much flow. And let's take a second while Joey is setting up the stream. I have it here pulled on the other so we'll know. As soon as gameplay starts, guys, we will pop over to that gameplay. We'll be digging into that gameplay. But I think it's important to note that a lot of things have changed in the mere, what has it been, a week and a half since we made the announcement about Team Hometown TCG Ascent? Yeah, it's crazy. Shred Zebra brought up this interesting point. Have you seen the winners gifting PTIs to the runner-ups if they already have one? Amazing sportsmanship in this game. Have you heard of this?
So I think it's definitely going to be happening. A lot of people are sharing. Some people can't take the invite. The one thing to realize is it's not a PTI. It is just an invite to just this ProQuest. Because PTIs can be gifted, and they're applicable to any ProQuest, any world, stuff like that. These are just an invite to just this ProQuest. So it always goes to first place, rolls to second if first already has one automatically.
Gotcha. Okay, very cool, man. Let's talk about your ProQuest experience while we're waiting. What'd you run today? How'd it go? Well, not that great because you're in the booth right now, but what'd you run today? And let's get a breakdown.
3-3. I had some major issues. I second-guessed myself. I played Viscerai the last 2. I second-guessed myself after top-8ing twice with Viscerai that I needed to play something else. I put together Chain, because everyone kept saying, Chain's good, Chain's good.
Did you pivot at the last second? Did you pivot at the last second?
Yeah, on Thursday. I got like 5-10 matches in with it. And the whole car ride up, everyone's like, okay, so what do you want? I'm like, I think I'm on Chain. They go, you shouldn't play Chain. It's probably not good. If there's old hymns and prisms like we're expecting, they're going to be fatiguing. Fatigue Chain is one of the worst matchups and hardest to play.
100%.
So I was like, no, I think I can do it. And they're like, yeah, you got this. That's the best deck you have out of what you brought. We got up here and they're like, okay, we just got word there are a bunch of old hymns. Let's change it up. And they're like, and so we scrambled to grab cards to rebuild the Viscerai that I didn't bring.
So you rebuilt once you got to the store. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you rebuilt once you got to the store.
Yeah.
You guys are crazy.
So I rebuilt and I put together and went Viscerai just as like I can't take the fatigue. I'm not going to be good enough for it. I went 3-3 today. I got paired against Michael from the team in the first round.
Hate to see it.
And I was trying to be nice to him. I had lethal. He had a miss block, which would kill him next turn because he wouldn't have had a hand. He wouldn't have had anything. I let him change his block after he realized it. We calculated damage. We went to the next turn. He's like, "Oh, I need to change my buy. I didn't do that right." I'm like, "Yeah, change it. Go for it. I'm not going to be a jerk to you." And
wow, what a nice guy.
So it set me on the losers bracket and didn't go so hot. I did try to OTK, which I didn't have the cards for because didn't get them.
So you tried to pivot within your pivot. Got you. Okay.
Yeah. I changed to the OTK against Old Him, and the guy was running a super hyper aggressive. In the first 7 turns, he played 3 Endless Winners and 3 Oaken Olds against me, all fused.
So the man was on gas.
I think I got to 9 rune chance against him, and that didn't go so hot.
That's not going to OTK, my friend.
I just stayed and didn't try to pivot and just deal with that. I might have had a better record, but who knows? We'll see what next week brings.
Hey, do me a favor. That before we finish your story, can you move to your left a little bit? You have to be at the left side of your frame due to crop. No, don't move the camera. Perfect. There you go, dude. That's where you got to sit, because now we can see all of the gorgeous face of shame when you tried to OTK with 9 rune chance, which, my friend, not the move.
Yeah, I didn't have yellow read the runes in the deck. I didn't have any runic incantations in the deck.
Oh no.
So it wasn't hot. The aggro was great. When I was playing aggro, I had some really great turns.
Okay.
I had a couple 30 damage 4-card hands. That was amazing. I love those.
You got it. I mean, who doesn't?
29 damage with 4 cards is pretty good.
Oh, so you're embellishing and exaggerating. Great. Okay, but what about those that are left in the top 8? What should we expect to see? We're going to jump into top 8 gameplay, I'm sure, any second now. So give us a little insight. Help us peek behind the curtain. If you want to talk about the match that's coming up, if you want to talk about other matches that we might see, what are we going to see in the top 8? I mean, your boots on the ground, dude. You got to know.
So, first versus 8th was OTK Viscerai against Old Him, Easton from the team versus John.
Okay.
So that's going to be an interesting matchup. I know they've played quite a few times. John, I think, has the advantage in that.
Okay. They're going to get, you hate to see them cannibalizing each other, but I guess it's got to happen.
Yeah. Second was Chris on his Star Bravo. He's going to be playing the same match that he just played in round 6, which was actually against Old Him. It was a hyper, just grindy game.
And I don't want to interrupt you, dude. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to switch the scene right now while you keep talking about it.
Yeah. All right.
I, as the higher seed, get to choose what I like to
So we got Dash versus Prism. They need to adjust the camera a bit so we can see the armor.
Yeah, we don't have, so you have the stream in front of you. Okay, guys, here we go. We got Dash v Prism. We have Seth on Dash, Wesley on Prism. We do have to get a camera adjustment if you want to go out there and let them know.
I've already talked to Joey. Joey's adjusting it real quick.
Oh, dude, you are, what am I doing? I'm an additional appendage. Guys, you'll learn this about me. I am just an excess appendage in most of, if not all of this. And you guys, if you're enjoying watching this, I know a lot of people are at Proquest. Make sure you click the like, subscribe, all that stuff before we start the game. I don't want to have to do this all the time. You guys know what to do. Let's just pretend I already did it, and I just don't have to do it. Perfect. All right, so we don't have a member of Team Ascent in this gameplay here, it looks like, correct?
No, we do not. There is no members of Team Ascent here.
Okay, so I don't have to be biased. Great. So
I know previously Dash had the advantage into Prism before all the auras came out.
Really?
So it's all a matter of, can Prism get those auras down quick enough?
Now, those auras last night in late night playtesting with some locals, with some buddies, presented a very interesting amount of threat. It was the lack of go again. When you look at them on paper, it doesn't seem like they're that threatening, but my goodness, you can follow them up with an instant. You can kind of last end of turn them. They present a great amount of threat. It caught me off guard. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. It's very interesting with the new way the build is. It's completely crazy. It's a whole different deck than it was a couple weeks ago.
It 100% is. It feels like it leaned into, it can play tanky, and you can go without heralds. You can go auras into almost anything, it feels like. But let's flip the script. Let's talk about the interest. Everyone here has seen Prism. If you practice for ProQuest, you've seen Prism. If you played at your locals, you've seen Prism. But the Dash tech, dude, being dropped on our head. Tell me about it.
So we're actually talking. So his Dash is hyper aggro. He's actually running 2 magnetic shockwaves in the deck.
Really?
It was actually awesome to watch. He had a match where he turned 1 T-Bone into magnetic shockwave, taking and having all 4 armors on the chain, turning off a Spellbound Creepers, and putting counters on all the rest, which is just absolutely devastating.
And you said that was turn 1?
I believe that was his turn 1 that he did that to somebody, correct?
I
want to see this. He runs a lot of that interaction with T-Bone. He does run max velocities. I believe he runs it as a 3 of as well.
Okay.
So he's going to just be attempting to pump the damage. It's going to be interesting. I'm assuming he should stay on boost because items into Prism are not amazing.
But you just gave me the answer there. And what I was curious about is, are these Dash decks building like, maybe the Prism decks of yesteryear, or maybe the Prism decks of the last season, where it's looking to pivot based on matchups? Are the Dash decks that are kind of out in the field and making these cuts, are they doing the same thing? Are they building, to pivot to be able to go control items, pistol over boost?
Because of the sideboard needed for a lot of the other matchups, you don't have the full 6 slots or so that you normally do for your items.
Really?
So okay. I know he did cut his sideboard down to 2 of each of the items.
Oh, wow. Okay, so if he does have to pivot into item, he can be a little bit thin.
He can, correct. His old him matchup, he gave up the percentages there.
Sure. All right. So let's see. We got a reveal here. We are seeing the Halo of Illumination and Goliath Gauntlet on the Prism side. I've seen a lot of Prism lists running that Arknight Skullcap, and I believe that's a courtesy of Dozer, the other YouTuber and high-level Prism player. He's really famous for his tank Prism list, so we got that. And then on the Dash side, pretty standard. Goliath Gauntlet is maybe the only thing you see because it's boost dash, but it's out there.
So the one thing I do want to see here is, if he can magnetic shockwave, he can take out the vestige and the boots if he can pop the Goliath Gauntlet on it. That's those 2 items are gone and removed from the match, and that will throw Prism so far off.
Gotcha. Okay, it looks like a turn 1 Spark of Genius here. Is that correct? I'm seeing Spark of Genius right away.
Looks like he's pinned, so he's getting an item just to help deal some extra damage, I'm assuming.
And I'm seeing our Prism player instantly be like, I have not played Dash. What do these cards do? Which you cannot fault Wesley on Prism for that at all. So Wesley reads Prism. Is he getting Spark of Genius? Is he getting the Purifier here? Nope. Second Induction Chamber. Okay, he's looking to keep those auras at bay. Well, I guess you can't keep the Spectres at bay, but the Prismatic Shields you can. Gosh darn it.
I'm going to Arsenal and pass to you.
All right, Arsenal pass.
It's a little bit less damage output by getting the second induction chamber over the purifier, but it's going to give him more damage onto Prism, technically.
Sure.
Because he gets to do 4 and then pop an aura instead of 3 and then pop an aura.
100%. Also, you got fans in the comment section, dude, calling you out in the booth. You're big time, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Wesley with the angriest card flicking I've ever seen. I'm not going to do this, guys. When we did Hometown TCG live gameplay, I got roasted for card flicking for like 2 months.
Oh, God,
card
I do that all
flicking
the
is
time.
just a thing that's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that an unmovable and a fate in this hand already?
It looks like unmovable and fate in hand, which if the dash is pivoted into an item and pistol build, they're not dead draws, but they're not great.
The fate is still fine because it's still going to give him the op, and it'll block most. The unmovable is just too big of a card.
Brett is talking about some flicking, dude. Let's go. All right, guys, we got some gameplay. Looks like, what are we dropping down here? What's the
Is that
turn
a
one?
wounded bull?
That is a wounded bull.
Right? Yeah. Okay, we've got some interesting stuff going on.
Goodness, we got a wounded bull. Turn 1. I love this. This is some tech, ladies and gentlemen. I did not think we were going to see wounded. The first play on this stream is efficiently wounded bull. We're not talking about the Sparky Genius play. It's wounded bull. Let's go.
And he's just going to play it and pass. Okay?
Play it and pass,
Yeah,
yep.
defensive reacts.
Okay.
Oh, what's going on, Dalton?
Oh, we got... You have WoW TCG fame, dude. The internet doesn't forget.
15 years ago, you know?
All right, we do have a boost attack coming through. It's on hit dominate. So which one is that?
High speed impact.
High speed
is that
impact.
0 to 50 he boosted. The name is over it. I can't see, but I think that's what that one was.
And he boosted away a magnetic shockwave. That's a 0 to 60 blue. It looks like.
Yup.
And we're gonna get a pistol shot. It looks like. Oh, so we are on the race strat. We are on the race plan here with this dash build here.
Yep,
Oh,
he just tech load to get some extra resources.
Yep.
Into another zipper hit.
But he said 5 no boosts. There was no boost on there. He ended the combat chain. He does have no arsenal, but the Prism player will draw up.
Yeah, I mean, if he boosted, he can potentially push another 2 damage. I don't think that's worth losing the card there.
Exactly. What's the card worth? That's the question. So now is it a back and forth? Is the dash player doing a back and forth? We're going to have a boost turn, and we're going to follow it up with a pistol's turn to try to conserve some of those resources?
He should be setting up a bigger turn.
All right. Well, you got some advice here. Let's see what it can be.
But yeah, if he drew a hyper aggro hand,
he's got to play it that way.
I like going into those with the five hands, but you're giving the Prism player a turn to respond.
All right. It looks like we are back. So he does close the combat chain, which can be important. And I think one of the reasons that Dash doesn't see the play that Dash deserves is because if you pivot into those items and then end up seeing Rampart of the Ram's Head, that's not great for you. You don't feel good about that.
Well, you also got to remember, items into Prism aren't great because of the Phantasmal Footsteps. He pays for 1, and it can block every single shot. So that's only 1 point of damage per gun.
Oh my goodness, you're correct. That's 100%. He can just keep laying Phantasmal Footsteps at the foot of each of those pistols. You would think a sandal versus a pistol, the sandal wouldn't stand a chance, but... And it looks like that's what we're getting here. We're getting the Phantasmal Footsteps play like you expected. And
I was shocked he didn't block the first one with it.
That was a little off-putting, wasn't it? Maybe...
It's a parable, which isn't hyper strong in the matchup because Dash, he's got a few 6s, but it's not too many.
Right.
It's going to be the Command and Conquers.
Light Seekers national champion, Nick Zimmer.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that the comment section is calling you out. I'm used to it being me. Let's go.
Well, that one's Boba, so...
Hey, Bova lives matter, dude. Come on, Bova's awesome.
Yeah. That's actually how I met Chris and Bova from the team.
Really?
Yeah, so when I got into Lightseekers, I went to one of the events, and me and Bova played in the finals of one of them. And he got me there, and then we went in the national championship. I played Chris, and I was able to take Chris out there.
Cannibalization. You hate to see it, but is this Miraging Megamorph? Is that what we're seeing here?
Metamorph with nothing in hand,
on the
one
field.
card in arsenal.
Right.
So he's not going to get, even if he popped it, he wouldn't get anything off of it.
100%.
Yeah.
I think the
Boost
dash is definitely leaning into the life total as a resource here.
Well, if you look, he's completely set up. He loaded everything up at the end step except for the gun, and then set a 5-card hand. So
it's this. If you're making a move, this is the move.
I think I see a potential high octane in his hand there.
Gosh, pulling off high octane. High octane seems like a risky play because of things like Blizzard and Channel Lake Frigid. You can catch it at the wrong time, but man, if you can pull it off, whew. I don't mean to show my age.
He doesn't have to worry about that with Prism.
100%. Unless you Arclight Sentinel the third attack.
Yeah.
That's a lot of setup. You got to take a lot of damage to do that. All right, we're still boosting, it looks like. Ooh, what did we play here? I can't tell by the card art.
That is the high octane.
That is the high octane. Oh.
Into another high octane.
My goodness, what? That is gas.
Those are always the iffy plays, because the problem with doing it too many is you're going to get so many action points you can't actually get enough pistol shot.
Can you play them? Can you make use of the action point?
But it does let him do it, continue going without boosting.
Now, is this deck playing max velocity?
Oh yeah, 3 of.
Wow.
He's all in.
Okay, this is gas. This is the turn, guys. The results of this turn are going to have ramifications that are felt throughout the rest of the game, regardless of how long it goes. So I'm loving seeing this. Double high octane, 0 to 60. Looks like it blocked out the 0 to 60 again. Is that red? It sure doesn't look it.
I mean, even if it was red, the sink below is going to full block it.
Right. I'm just wondering if he was able to eat a sink below with a yellow 0 to 60 and get a little value there. Let's see. So we got a pistol shot. All right, so we're digging in. What do you think we're looking for in discard and banish here? Are we looking to see if we've seen a max velocity yet?
I'm not quite sure what he'd be looking for. It's way too early in the match that he hasn't hit multiples of each thing.
Yeah, but it's way too early
to know. If he's reading Spark of Genius, he might not be too familiar with most of the cards that he's trying to figure out what's going on.
That's true, and if he is
on the magnetic shockwave,
if that's his move, if he's reading, then that's just a great play by Wesley, the Prism player, kind of getting all the information before he makes any decisions.
Okay, so I see a Celestial Cataclysm in his hand and one other card for Prism. So I think he's determining how much he is going to be bleeding this turn.
That's a sad state of affairs. Did he arsenal the early unmovable? Do we remember?
I believe that went to Arsenal. I don't think I saw him pitch it.
Okay. That may come in handy later down the line if one of those max velocities does come to fruition, but otherwise that's kind of sitting in there not doing a whole lot. It's the max velocity insurance policy. Yep, it blocks for 1 for the rest of the turn. Seth figuring that out right now.
There's a lot of people that don't realize that, and there's also people that think that they can keep paying into it like shield to keep increasing the block.
Well, there's also a ton of we talked about early in the stream how the meta is wide open. So it's going to be common. We're going to see that a lot with players reading cards. Oh, what do we got? We got Goliath Gauntlet into, what are we looking at?
Just the throttle.
Just the throttle.
That looks to be a red throttle, so it's coming over for 8.
Coming over for 8. Looks like we're blocking 6. We will take 2 on the Prism side. What's the follow-up? If we broke Goliath here, you assume that there's a follow-up, right?
Yeah, he got all the cards, so it's just pushing the damage through. He's got to hit something, because I don't think you just break Goliath just to get the 2 points in on that.
I don't think you do either, but it looks like we do. It looks like the decision was to break Goliath, get the 2 points, and let's set this precedent very early in this live stream, guys. If you're here, thanks for joining us. We're in for a long night in this live stream. These top 8s do take some time. Backseat gaming and over-criticizing these players is going to do us no good. We're not sitting in those seats. We don't know what's going through the heads. We don't know how the other person's playing, but we will talk about things that are questionable, and I think that's questionable at best.
It is. And the other thing is, if he did Arsenal the Unmovable on turn 1, not blocking with that and just pitching the 2 cards is also really interesting.
Very interesting, just because you get a little recursion there.
Yeah, versus just throwing them back in the deck to play the Unmovable.
Unless, I mean, counterpoint, the Prism's not entirely worried with all the boosting going on about the recursion and about the long game. You'd rather hold it for the max velocity. Maybe you got to solve the problem in 3 turns rather than 20. So, interesting point. We got another 0 to 60, it looks like it's coming up here. Again, looks blue, but maybe the camera angle.
I think what we can do is...
I think it's blue because it's a wounded bull.
Joey and have them maybe put dice on for the number for the attack. That way we can kind of make an inference. If we see a 2, okay, we know that's blue. 3.
I don't want to interrupt the players. I think, in the commentator booth over here, you and me, man, and who else from Team Ascent pops in, we'll figure it out. All right, we got a pistol coming through. I can never tell if the start of the pistol turn is is Seth slowing down on dash, or if that's just how we're kicking stuff off.
I mean, that's going to turn his blue that he pitches into 3 damage if the Prism player turns the boots on.
100%. You love to see it, and you almost got to turn the boots on. You're guaranteed you're doing it every turn. I don't think there's any buff that's going to come over the top and break the boots. I think you're fine.
Yeah, and getting those cards out of Prism's hand, and making them still bleed the 3 feels decent.
It definitely does, until you realize it's a very tanky Prism build. So there's a chance they weren't doing anything with those cards anyway.
Well, getting the 0-cost auras down because you're saving yourself on the damage from back.
Very true. Back. Very true. All right, guys. And then if any audio needs to be changed, make sure you guys in the comment section let me know. If you're seeing stuff we're not seeing, let me know. And also, how cool is this? We got Dash gameplay game 1. Dude, I am stoked. Maybe I should lay off the coffee. I'm way too excited already. All right, we got more pistol action, more pistols coming through. Phantasmal Footsteps just generating value.
All right, into a throttle.
Okay. What's the hit effect on throttle?
There is no hit effect. It's just damage.
It's just straight damage?
And
okay.
He actually just burned his boots on that.
Yep.
Let's see what he's going to do. Interesting.
We got the Soul Shield coming through. Spark of Genius. Is it Plasma Purifier o'clock? So, do we have an opportunity to see... Oh, we got a Teklo... Wow.
Yeah, Teklo Core is going to be pushing the damage for the next couple of turns.
All right.
I mean, that's 2 free damage plus 1 towards something else or a free reload.
Okay. All right. I'm into it. I'm into it. Now, for those of you that don't know in chat, we are joined here by Nick, member of Team Hometown TCG Ascent, and he is an avid Dash lover that recently, to all our Dash players in the comment section, to all our Dash players watching, decided that Dash was no good and was going to abandon his first love and decided all of you, if you're still playing Dash, you don't know what you're doing and you're not a good player. He said all of those things, and now we're watching a Dash play. Nick, how do you feel about that?
Yeah. As I said, I'm eating my words. I did not think it would actually be pretty well, but I said, with all the old hymns coming out, all the prisms coming out, those are the matchups that it goes really well into.
Sure. He said none of those things, by the way, in all fairness. He said none of those things.
So, Ash is correct that Goliath Gauntlets only works on 2+ attacks, but knowing that the Dash player runs Magnetic Shockwave, you're able to actually force the block with the boots and blow them up. So I like saving the Goliath gauntlets for that.
Okay.
Because then you turn your guns into straight 2 points apiece, no more 1-1-1.
You can dig into this late game grind, maybe make a pivot off the boost mechanic. But we do have the last copy of High Octane has been dropped on the field.
Yep, there is the last at least he didn't boost him away.
He hasn't boosted away, which is always great, but this could be indicative. If he didn't boost any, we're working with a best case scenario, and we're not able to get there. It's not a great look. So does Goliath Gauntlet have block on it?
It does not, but T-Bone doesn't require the armor to have block. It just has to have a 0 there for you to block with it, and it requires you to block with an armor.
Okay.
So let's see what he can do. So
T-Bone, we're seeing some Everfest technology coming through.
Yeah, you also, if you throw boots there, you're not required to pay for the block either. So you can just throw them up there just to absorb. And
really?
Take
Okay.
Hit.
Interesting. I would assume the same goes for Rampart?
Yep.
Okay. All right, I'm sure the dash players in the tank, as we get farther and farther down these games, more and more thoughts required. So Seth is kind of going through his line, seeing what he's got going on. We started the chain. It looks, again, everything looks blue because it looks like a blue T-Bone. And if so, there's been a lot of blue thrown through this game.
Yeah.
Vanina says, Mega's such a cool class. Glad it's being represented. Totally agree. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
I think I saw 3 points of life change because he was at 21 and he's now at 18.
Gotcha. Okay.
But even the blues are great because they pull the armor up to make magnetic hit something better, or your follow-up T-bones hit something better.
100%.
Okay, we've got another throttle.
Another throttle. A lot of throttling. A lot of throttling. And guys, this is where it's going to get exciting. We're getting down, kind of to the nitty gritty. Life totals are getting under 20. That dash deck is looking slim. It's starting to look short. This is where it gets exciting. Prism player in the tank. Very, very interesting to see what they're going to do. They're facing, if that's a red throttle, they're facing what, 5?
6.
6. Oh, red throttle for 6.
6, 5, 4. The deck will normally run reds and blues. I haven't seen too many yellows in most of the decks.
All right, knowing 654, maybe based on blocks and life totals, we can infer what's being thrown here. If you do notice at the bottom left of your screen, that dash banish zone is starting to look thick. All right, we hit for 4. It was a blue. So blue, and the Prism player not biting for the fake out. Maybe trying to draw, some valuable cards with a blue attack. Not falling for it. All right, what do we got here?
That's the thing. I think the Prism player needs to figure out whether he's going to fatigue him and run him out of deck, or whether he's actually going to drop some damage. And I think he's trying to pivot between the two, which may be better for the dash player because he's going to be able to sneak a lot of damage in and still keep a decent life total.
100%. And if the Prism player pivots into this fatigue strategy block out, it becomes a puzzle for our dash player, Seth, to try to sneak lethal, to try to set up a turn that is so overwhelming that regardless of the defenses sitting in front of him, he can sneak lethal. So that's it. We're at a very interesting point in this game, and this is a moment for the Prism player. I think the Prism player Wesley is seeing a lot of value. They're seeing a lot of stuff in their hands. They're unsure what they want to do. I think they got to make a choice, and I don't think they can pivot back and forth anymore. I think Wesley's got to make a call, and Wesley's got to run with it.
Yeah, this is one he should be blocking because this gives his next attack, this combat chain, +3 if it hits.
Okay. And it's coming in for 4? I can't tell the color again.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell the color here.
I think it's hilarious that I lean out of frame to try to see the color.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
Lean out of frame. Man, what a cool event. All right, we're sitting at 14 still. Hasn't made a decision. Again, Wesley does have time to think this through. There is no time limit, I believe, in the top 8. So that's one of the benefits to playing, these harder to pilot decks in this high-level gameplay.
Yeah, so I see 5 cards have been played by Dash, which means we only have the Arsenal card left here.
So that was only coming in for 3, so we did get a block for 3 here. We boosted.
or not, maybe not the arsenal. One card in hand.
One card in hand.
All right, so he pitched to boost for Teklo to take a bunch of shots here.
Okay. All right. 10 points of damage, no arsenal target for the Prism or for the Dash player. Prism looking to possibly go on the offensive here a little bit. Megamorph again. I can't imagine this gets blocked. There's no chance. There's 0% chance.
The 7 damage is negligible here.
100%. You're not worried about your life total. If you guys are in this position, you're looking at the Dash player. We are so wrong. We shouldn't have spoken out loud. What are we thinking? We are idiots. I don't know if, and again, I hate to backseat game. This is why commentating is awful for me, because I don't like backseat gaming. But I think you keep that card, you use the life total as a resource here, and you go for it.
I mean, he still took 1, and he used a 0 to 60, which is a free attack.
It is a free attack, and it's free attack for 2, I believe, correct? Or is it 3? I thought it was 2.
If that was a blue, it was 2, but...
It was 100% a blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. But maybe this is what we're watching with that back and forth pivot that we were talking about, right? He goes, turn on the offensive, run out everything in the arsenal, maybe play a little defense, reload the arsenal, turn on the offensive, reload the arsenal. Guys in chat, this is interesting. I like to see what chat thinks. Let me know, are you blocking that attack? If you're the Dash player, and given the board state that we're looking at right now, are you blocking that attack? Let us know in chat. I want to know. I'm interested.
It does always feel bad casting those to attack, but as I say, you're trying to push as much damage as you can.
Exactly, and if we get down to a game time decision here where it's a 1 or 2 life difference, it's important to remember that 0 to 60 was dropped. It is important to remember.
All right. Yeah, I do agree. You just keep shooting the face. You keep you keep the arsenal for the turn. You're just going to push as much damage as you can, because setting up those 5-card turns are where you make them leak the damage.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You got to absorb, because if you're going to end the game with that much life, if he ends the game, in 10, 15 or so, it just feels really bad.
People are shooting the face. They're throwing the kitchen sink every turn. I think chat happens to agree with us. And by the way, yellow unmovable first turn arsenal. We called it. Give me that virtual camera high five this way. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Professional flesh and blood commentators. Star City Games. Sign us up. Let's go. If he loses tempo, it's the wrong call. Bova coming in with the tech. Okay, I always pivot. Is he Bova or Bravo on any given platform? Another member of Team Hometown DCG Ascent whose name flip-flops, and it's ridiculous for me to try to remember. So shout out Bova, Brava, whatever you want to be. And also, great Discord chat last night with the whole Bova family. Awesome people. Just so glad to be able to work with them. All right, Herald of Erudition hits, goes into Soul, draw 2. Wow.
So I just got an update from the other matches. Currently, Chris Zeffin, the Starbro versus Oldhim, is 27 on Starbro versus 32 on Oldhim.
Okay.
I do know the Oldhim is running a lot of defensive reactions.
Playing for the Starbro matchup.
Yep. Easton versus John. Oldhim versus Viserai. Viserai is currently on 40. Oldhim is on 20.
Oh, very interesting. So it's not an OT game.
Yeah. I'm assuming...
I don't want to interrupt you, but we're in a ridiculous play here. We had a Herald of Erudition hit, which could have been changed if, remember that turn with armor block. We could have blocked out the Herald of Erudition efficiently, and we had a Herald of Erudition hit, a Spectral Shield made, and an additional Everfest Aura dropped onto the field. Lots of gas for Prism. Huge swing turn. Again, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what a swing we just saw.
That's what Pierce Reality's that one.
100%. That is a big swing. That's going to soak at least 2 damage just from an attack coming out of somewhere.
Yup.
We full pivoted into pistols. We've thrown pistols. We're going gas here. Man, having armor just seems like it really matters there. It sure seems like it matters.
Block.
What?
I said that if he had both armors fresh, that was a full block on the Herald.
100%. It just seems like it matters. Man, oh man. Yeah, that's terrifying to see. Chat, you guys are calling it out too. I see you out here. Oh. All right. Is this another throttle?
That is a high-speed impact.
Okay, it's a high. Okay, I was about to say, how many
next attack dominates?
If it hits.
Yes.
Dash player looking like they've got 2 in hand.
Yeah, well, he's debating the last match going on out there, the Star Bravo versus Prism, which is Michael. Star Bravo currently at 18. Michael is at 12 on Prism out there. So
okay, so these things are getting close. Couple members of Ascent. I would like to get definitely after post match. We will update you on Team Hometown TCG Ascent progress as well as the game we're watching. Because as much as I am enjoying all of the gameplay, I'm biased. I want you guys to crush because you guys are kind of the homies. Like,
yeah.
So
he's thinking really hard about the block for this.
I think you have to, because if you're only looking at 2 cards back, you're probably thinking he wants to throw an Arsenal or hold an Arsenal. Here comes Vestige. Vestige coming down. That is the 3 block. So it was blue. We are throwing Vestige. No Dominate. And there comes the ping.
He took one as well, didn't he?
Yep. Dash player able to kill the aura, hold Arsenal. All right. What a play. I'm telling you, that Prism swing with that Herald of Erudition hitting could be the difference. Now it's tight. 5 life is not looking great. 2 cards in the Prism player's hand, debating what to do. It looks like, is that 3rd copy of Miraging in hand? 3rd copy of Miraging.
3rd copy of Miraging.
And then is that Herald of Erudition? Gosh. It's funny. I think the most fun part of being a commentator is digging into these hands and guessing based on the top quarter of card image. Let's go. Top quarter of card. We got Miraging. We're both calling Miraging. I'm down with you on that. I don't know if it's Herald of Erudition. It was Herald of Erudition. My goodness, my eyes are ridiculous. Spectral Shield made. Nothing left in soul. Prism feeling a little naked, but the nameplate is over the dash deck, which matters right now. Banish Zone looking thick on the dash player. I think he's in a good spot too. Incoming Dad made a great point. At the end of the day, we're talking about the Herald of Erudition play. Only leaked 2 damage. Got the auras that were put down because of it. So realistically, the dash player could still be in a good in a good spot. 2nd pistol. Man, sitting at 5 life. This is where these pistols start to become overwhelming. It starts to feel like you're running against the clock. 3rd pistol shot come in the early induction chamber, doing work.
Yeah, it really all comes down to that one turn where he blocked with the 0 to 60. Because the Prism player didn't want to throw any cards that turn. He would have been 2 damage lower. He would have been able to full block the Erudition, which means his life would be about the same.
Miraging from Arsenal. Or maybe not Miraging, because he's reading it. Yep, it is Miraging.
It is Miraging.
Yep.
I think he wants to realize if he pops it or something. Because now the Prism player actually has a hand with him playing it.
Yes.
But with only 2 cards, you have to have a blue.
Herald of Protection. You hate to see this because it hits. It does make a Spectral Shield. It goes into the soul. He's going to make another Spectral Shield. Be able to absorb a lot more of this damage here. All right, so we got 2 Spectral Shields on the field. Oh my goodness. Okay. But the dash player has a whole hand, but he did just pick up the deck, and it's looking thin. It is looking thin, ladies and gentlemen. It is looking like I looked before my wife fell in love with me. Thin, thin, thin. All right, we got T-Bone again. We are going, I'm assuming here we activate Halo. Is that risky, though? Is activating Halo here risky?
Halo doesn't pop because it has 0 armor here, so it just goes right back. There's the second boots.
Only at 3, 2 cards in hand. Value here. Thin crisps in calories and cards. Let's go. Can we push it through on Dash in the top 8? Seth.
We've got another throttle.
Seth is seeking legal. Points up that the combat chain ends. He's correct. That's the max velocity per game, ladies and gentlemen. Dash gets there in round 1. My goodness, the max velocity coming through at the end of the game for 10 damage, 1 card in hand. What a freaking play. Let's go.
He was down to, I would say, 10 or less cards, it looked like.
Thin was the deck. What a freaking game. That was awesome. Actually, while they're still cleaning up, I would love to continue to watch kind of the cleanup, hear their commentary on the game. Good game to both players. Shout out to Wesley and shout out to Seth on the Prism and Dash, respectively. Man, that was some gameplay. I feel bad we criticized a couple of the Dash plays, but man, it sure as heck worked out, didn't it?
Yeah, he got there. So as long as you get the W, doesn't matter how it happens.
That's all that matters. Now, speculate with me a little bit. Was the Dash running over 60? If you pivot into a boost style, are you running over 60 or are you staying lean?
I think with what he's trying to do to hit the shockwaves and stuff like that, you want to keep it lean. You don't want to get too many extra cards in there.
Okay.
He might have added 1 or 2 extra. Who knows if he thought Prism was going to try to fatigue him, bringing in all the defensive reacts and stuff, but...
So, 100%, and let's go ahead and break it down. You were breaking us down on some Proquest matchups earlier. Fill us in. Where are we at?
Let me see if I can find out some more information. Do we have any other results?
Yes, but I didn't bring those in, so I'm gonna go do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, I'll go ahead and let you guys know that the content for this stream is being provided by Dex and Draft. Shout out Joey, and the link to Dex and Draft YouTube channel is in this video's description. If you haven't checked out the YouTube channel yet, you must check it out. And if you want to watch the gameplay without any commentary, which, you know, that's not my jam, but I understand it's some people's jam, you can find the unfiltered, uncommentated gameplay over at Dex and Draft YouTube channel. Again, the link can be found in the description. And then for an update, we have a couple members of Team Hometown TCG Ascent that are playing in this Proquest that are in the top 8, and we have a member of Team Hometown TCG Ascent in the booth with me who washed out and is a scrub like me.
Yeah, this time. I'm going to get it next weekend.
No, dude, I give you guys a hard time, and I guess for all you viewers out there, you need to know these guys grind, and they are coming up with strategies, and they are playing hard. So I give you guys a hard time, but you do things I could never do, so shout out to you guys. And let's see, you got an update for us?
I do, hi. I don't know if I'm in it. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that is Joey, if you're new here. The Dex and Draft stream that I just plugged, that's him.
Oh,
he's the man.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. All right, so here's what we got. We've got Prism, Michael Lau beating Jay Starvo, so that's going to put Prism up. You guys just saw that dash. Oh god, that dash. I want that to win. I really do. I'm sorry.
What attack, what a game, what gameplay by both players. Man,
so much fun. The Viserai game is now 40-15. John on 26 rune chance right now. That's the real information people want. You don't need the life total in that game.
No, so now the question you wrote, old him was at 20. I'm assuming that was Viserai was at 20/15. Because if he's got 26 rune chance, he's not dealing damage to the old him.
It's all right. Yes.
Okay, we were a little confused there.
we got there. We figured it out.
Numbers are hard. John's sitting at 15 right now. He's got 26 rune chance. That Star old him Gabe is like 27-22. Nothing has changed really. I think Me too now. So yeah, we just had that battle. That was basically just hammers swinging back and forth for a little while until I yelled at him to go faster, so we can make this happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I've got. If you guys be interested, I would love to bring in another guest though while we're in the middle of rounds, because I want to introduce the community to somebody else who is awesome.
There is literally no chance that we don't want a guest in here. Get this guest in here right now. The more people in the stream, the merrier.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right,
so
guys.
there is
Go ahead.
Awesome tech that Chris is running in his Star Bravo against the old him. There's been some really spicy things. Needless to say that twice now, the opposing old him that he has beaten has ended the game unable to use their shield, no crown of seeds, no multiple other items or armors that he wants. So it is really, really awesome. I hope we see that on camera and get to see some interesting stuff going on.
What do you guys want to see, Chris?
That is freaking incredible.
Okay,
there's some
spicy tech.
There's some spicy tech. But ladies and gentlemen, we got a new guest in here. Joey, let's get an introduction.
Yes. All right. So everybody,
we gotta move the guest over so we can see we want to see the guest.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. We didn't say that the guest was gonna have better hair and beard than everybody else in the room. Thanks a lot, guys.
Hello.
Josh, I'm gonna make this worse on you too, because it's not just the better hair and everything; it's also the better voice. This is Mark Chamberlain. Mark Chamberlain VO. He rocks some kick-ass lore content. He just got that going. He's reading through the book, and he's got that sultry thing going that I can't do. But
I have a face and voice for radio. Let's hear you talk, sir. Welcome to the stream. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. Thanks so much for having me. Big fan of Hometown TCG. Oh, you don't have to do that.
No, dude, it's great. No, go ahead. Just keep talking. Go ahead.
So thank you so much. Just to do a little plug, I'm actually wrapping up the lore book right now. We're doing the final section next week. That should release on Wednesday. And then the week after that, it might take a little bit longer, but hopefully the week after that, I'll be putting all of the videos together to make the entire lore book as an available audiobook on YouTube so that you can, listen to it, go to sleep with it, take a long drive. We actually drove up to Estes Park from Colorado Springs, and that's like a nice 2.5 hour lift. So it was, I know that we're all getting ready to travel, go to New Jersey. Might be good to pop in your little podcast listening ears and have a good time with it.
Well, man, super excited to have you. So lucky to have you, and I cannot wait for that release. I definitely will be enjoying that myself. And I've never been a fan of lore until Flesh and Blood. I've always been kind of a gameplay and an interaction player, and that's been my personality. But Flesh and Blood lore, and the more I can dig into it, the better. So if you provide a link to Joey afterwards, I can make sure to tweet that out. Let's get a link to your content because it just sounds like awesome stuff. So this is great, man. Is that what got you into lore? What got you into wanting to do stuff like that?
So the long and the short of it for lore is I've always been interested in the lore of the games that I get into. I always go real deep into the books and the web fiction that people put out. And with Flesh and Blood, it was just so rewarding because it's so good. And I started running the show at a local shop called Petrie's Family Games. And as a recompense for that, I received the lore book. So when I started delving into the lore book, because I opened mine immediately, like I wanted to read it. I started delving in, and it just became investment be damned. I just really wanted to get into it, and I started reading about Bravo, and I started reading about Katsu and Dori, and like all of their like sad or inspiring stories, and it was like, holy shit, I have to get deeper into this. So I picked up Bravo about a year ago, and I just haven't looked back.
Well, heck yeah, dude. That just sounds so incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. Are you playing it all on the Proquest today?
Absolutely. Today, I cratered pretty hard. I went 2-4, but normally I do all right. I took down one of our RTNs last year. I 3-3'd at the last Proquest that I went to about a week or so ago, and then we have our final one next week at a local shop called Enchanted Realms, and I'm really looking forward to repping OG Bravo there.
Okay, so you're running OG Bravo, and the question I'm sure everyone in chat wants to know, are you running OG Bravo because Bravo has sexy hair and sexy voice, and so do you? Or are you running from lore, or are you trying to win games? What's the goal? Why the OG Bravo pick?
Oh, I mean, of course it's both. Like, I'm definitely trying to get those wins, but it's, God, Bravo is just so good and so strong. Getting that dominate on demand instead of having to draw or having to run a bunch of draft chaff to get it feels great, and honestly, being able to do some very, very silly things with all of the Quicken that's going around nowadays, with even bigger than that, and Sledge of Anvilheim. I'm just saying, there's some really cool builds.
Well, that sounds awesome, and let it be known, the shot you fired across the bow of a certain other hero did not go unnoticed, and it was appreciated. Well done, sir, and this has just been awesome. Congratulations, on kind of sticking with your Proquest, and then good luck in the next ones, man. It's been fantastic to meet you, and again, make sure, reach out, let me know when that content drops. I want to drop that on the Twitter and get that out to as many people as possible, and then enjoy it myself when I'm driving to, my own events.
Absolutely, I love it. Thank you so much. We love hometown TCG around here.
Don't lie to my face.
No, I wouldn't. I've been friends with Zim. I think I've taken a couple of games against him once upon a time, and John Sidak and Ian Carrico and Michael Lau and Chris Brummett, like the whole crew. They're locals to us. We love those guys, and by extension, we gotta love you. Thank you so much for supporting them and sponsoring, and honestly, your own content. Thank you so much for putting it out there. But I know commentary is about to start, so I should skedaddle.
We're still finishing. There's got 2 more matches going.
Well,
this is the glory of hometown TCG content. None of it is scripted. We do whatever we want. All we do is hang out with awesome members of the community and play FaB all day long. That is it.
I love it.
Yeah. So I did go out and double check.
Okay, we got some more updates.
Just played Sonata. Popped his Skeleton. Is in the middle of going off. So it should be pretty well. The game is going to be over here very shortly. I did check on the Star Bro versus Old Him. It's still a slugfest, We're still 20-ish life total each.
Big surprise.
Whipping hammers at each other.
Old Him has no shield available. And in addition to that, does not have crown. So it is going to be interesting. It shouldn't go too much longer, but there are a lot of defensive reacts in that deck.
The tech is
through the cards very quickly.
Okay. All right, dude, that is awesome. Thanks for the update. It's so awesome to have you guys out there. And I'll say this, if I've said this once, I'll say it again. And meeting Mark now just kind of adds to this. The reason that I partnered with Team Ascent and we created Team Hometown TCG Ascent is not only for the top level gameplay that you guys are watching with a lot of these guys on stream today, but it's these guys are just incredible members of the community. They're boots on the ground. They know everyone. They're willing to teach people how to play. They get out to their locals. They're playing games. They're having fun. So Mark, it's been awesome meeting you. Nick, with the updates and everything like that. This is just the coolest experience to me. So shout out. Thank you guys so much. And thank you to Dex and Drafts for making this happen.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I'll get you back to the stream. Y'all take care. Thanks for joining us on the stream. Enjoy the show.
I got chills every time the man talks. It's ridiculous. I have been told, okay, so I'm jealous for a completely different reason. I have met people at it blew me away the first time I started meeting people at callings and stuff like that, and people were like, "Oh my god, you're Josh from Hometown TCG." That moment to me was like, "What? Why do you know that?" So that moment was, but then people started following that up with, I thought it was because, I'm 6'8", I'm huge, and I'm loud.
You're easy to find.
Exactly. No, they go, "Oh yeah, you have a very unique voice," which I found out is code for your voice is shitty. So then I get someone on the stream with a voice like that. I'm like, oh man, imagine if I had that smooth silkiness just flowing. So cool.
Oh yeah.
All right,
you've got to listen to all the voiceovers just to hear that voice.
I 100%. I can't wait for him to send me that content. I can't wait to get it in as many hands as possible. And I like being a platform. If we can promote some other people doing some great stuff in this game, I'm for it. But what I'm most for is I want to know if that Viserai turn. I wish that was on stream right now.
Look, see if how the John Easton's going.
Oh,
Yeah.
we gotta know. And then, do you have any other members? I heard we might get a cameo from even Ian. I heard Ian might give us a cameo.
Ian, I think Ian was planning on doing the next game over here,
Okay.
commentating for it.
We're gonna give an update on the John Easton saga. John fired off, took him down to 10 with attack still going. I don't know the rest of that, but yeah, it's John I think is at 17. Easton is currently at 10 while John is still swinging.
But John is still attacking with resources. Okay.
He's still swinging after I think 25 rune chants just happened. They just went through.
Wow.
Took them all.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's get Joey back in here. Nick, you can stay, obviously. Joey, if you don't mind stepping back in, if you got nothing else, if you got nowhere else to be, I got an interesting question for you. But you got to step over to like directly right behind Nick because we had to limit the frame.
I will do that in just a second. Let me make sure that Kyle can go check on that game.
You got judge duties because I want to know, and I got to know from Mr. Head Judge himself if there's been any interesting judge calls because I've judged a couple. You got to move farther over. Keep going. Sorry.
Don't make me do the interesting judge calls.
So just anything that's you don't have to say what the result was. You don't have to put yourself on the spot. I just know that these events just bring out some of the weirdest interactions. Have you dealt with any super weird or super cool interactions?
We haven't dealt with any super weird. We haven't really dealt with any super cool. We've dealt with super heartbreaking.
Oh no.
That's where we were at. Easily the hardest thing I've had to say as a judge. We had basically a couple of turns went and somehow Prism cards that were banished popped back into the hand. And they were soul shield. One was a soul shield.
Okay.
But it was too far to roll back. And it was a game changer.
Oh, yeah. And you don't have to reveal what the results were, what decisions were made. Yeah. You don't have to do all that. That's not, it's just, it always is a tough spot when stuff like that happens, man.
Yeah, it was a rough situation. Thankfully, they were both really understanding of where we were. We basically had to kind of find a mid-ground. We decided to find a mid-ground. The official rules probably put us in a just straight-up sucks to be you. And we try to avoid true sucks to be you if we can find a compromise. Thankfully, we found one. Man, that hurt. Man, that hurts sometimes to be a judge. Yeah. That's it, though. The nice thing about Colorado is so many people here have been playing for so long. So many people here who have done this are now level 1 judges. There's so much sanity checking kind of in the room. And it's really, really nice. Thankfully, also, I've got Kyle, who I'm probably going to bring in the middle of top 4. He is also helping me judge. So we're teaming up on this.
Okay.
There's been no calls that have been like, this whole competition is a wash. None of that has happened here, thankfully. The community in Colorado is always fantastic and very understanding of that kind of stuff. So, but that's it. Sadly, I don't have any more drama other than my own personal drama.
Well, it's awesome that the event has gone that great. And Fanita in chat points out how great this community is, and I do want to give a shout out to the FaB community as a whole, because what you just said, that finding a middle ground, that being understanding, that it is a competitive game, it's a competitive environment, but being open to the fact that everyone here is a human being and we're kind of working through these things. That's just a huge shout out and a huge testament to not only you guys out there in Colorado, boots on the ground right now, but to the FaB community. It's just been a sick experience. That's why we both started channels. That's the whole point, just because the community is so great.
Fanina in chat is Wes. He's a wonderful human being as well. He's bounced around and he's been super engaged today. Big shout out to him also.
Okay, so, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick, do you not like Wes? Should we not shout Wes out?
Wes. We play every Monday night and Wednesday.
Yep. Does he beat you?
I mean, it's a toss-up depending. he did take the win this Wednesday.
Not shout out there. No shout out.
It was a Visline mirror, and he actually drew Rune Chant Generation. I could actually blame him because it was that mirror match that made me want to swap decks and messed up my whole day today. So I'm gonna have to blame him for that one.
Let's go.
But no, he generated. I think it was. He just had some massive Rune Chant Generation. He hit all the cards in the right order. I think he went off on 22. I was still sitting on 9.
Oof.
It just did not go well.
So what we have to do is say thank you, Wes, because without you, it might not be commentating.
Hey, shout out for filling the booth, Wes. Shout out. Give Messi first live with Hometown. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. And then make sure if you haven't, if this is your first live with Hometown, make sure you're also checking out Decks and Drafts. I'm going to repeat that a million times. You guys are totally going to get used to it, but it's awesome content. They're providing a stream. And Joey,
absolutely awesome.
Yeah, Joey right there.
If you don't know, he actually has been putting together packets for the Learn to Play decks. He runs them all over the state here. He's been shipping them out of state to everybody to make sure we can get more and more people into the game.
Brazil just got themselves about 26. I'm starting up that community.
Brazil. You're global. You're global.
That's right.
I had a global moment the other day with you. I got notification from a partner of mine that a certain podcast I do was the #2 podcast in a category in New Zealand. And I was like, wow. I feel global. That's so cool.
Blood category, or it'll be weird.
Nobody in America listens to me, but people in New Zealand, apparently. That's awesome, man. All right.
I'm going to go back and double check on my judge duties. I'll also look at bringing in Ian as well for round 2 of this, but I'll let you guys duke that part out. As always, thank you so much for running this. I've been back and forth in the stream, and I'm loving it. This is it's so fun. It's so fun. Thank you all for joining.
So, give Messi. Joey does not actually sell. He donates this stuff to the community the best he can.
Yeah, but we donate bulk too. So this isn't just.
I did not give you that much today.
You gave me 12. You gave me like 20 cases.
It was like 15 cases worth of bulk.
Guys, there's a fight in the booth over in Colorado. We're gonna get to watch the fist fight live.
If you need to get some Learn to Play decks, or you want to get the starters or something like that, Decks and Draughts, reach out to him. Or through any of the Flesh and Blood Facebook pages, Joey Senart. He will help you kickstart your community. He will provide you the packets. If he's able to, and you don't mind helping with a little bit of the shipping, he will even send you the decks to throw together to give out and run some Learn to Play and teach you how to do it.
100%.
I know this past week, Wednesday, he ran one at the brewery, had an amazing turnout. He's partnering with all the local breweries and doing them. He's got a Cokes a Commotion event coming up at one of the breweries in DC a little bit later this year.
Let's go.
He is just absolutely amazing for the game. The community here, I wouldn't be playing the game without him. The community 100%. Here would nowhere near be as good as it is without him.
And the Flesh and Blood community needs people like that. Joey is just a pillar of the community. You can find him in all the Facebook groups. I know a lot of people don't social media. You can find people in the Discord, but the Flesh and Blood fan page on Facebook is a fantastic resource to kind of find these people, interact with them. You feel free to ask them any questions, reach out. And Joey will always get back to you. He was nice enough to get back to me in like 5 minutes today when I was like, hey man, let's stream and commentate this thing. Let's do it. And he was like, dude, I'm in. He got right back to me. So he's just an awesome member of the community. And Nick, you're not too bad yourself. You're not too bad. You do all right. You get by. You keep moving out of frame because you don't want to move left, but you're okay, I guess.
All right. I'll move a little more left.
I just want that beautiful mug in there.
Sitting like
it's
straight onto the camera, but I need to go to the left and just ignore what I see on the camera.
You are so am I.
See the camera,
so am I. And just for frame, the piece of paper on the wall over your right shoulder, the farthest white strip, we can just see the end of it. So, so that's awesome. So we got a couple.
Right,
we got some updates, guys. Let's get some updates on the top 8 of this Proquest over at in Colorado at what's the game store again? Fabled
Collection.
Okay,
that's where we're at. I'm just gonna flat out say that the Starbro Oldham game is still kind of nowhere. I think it's like 22-19. We've got an hour for that.
I told you it's gonna go forever.
Yeah,
I got extra beers chilling. We'll be okay.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
I'm rubbing it in.
Yeah,
you're going afterwards.
I should get on frame. John is now. I guess he's pitching 3 cards for 1 rune chant. That's the level of desperation that he's hit. But it is still 19-8 in John's favor. So that's where we're at. Also, I'm going to do one plug for Mark, because Mark's at 90 subscribers, which means I can't send you a link that's personalized. It takes 10 more to do that. So I would love if we can get 10 more tonight over at Mark Chamberlain VO, so we can get him that personalized link.
Let's get that in chat so people that are watching
send me the link to my Facebook, Joey. Right, the unpersonalized link. Just send it to me right now.
Yeah,
it was just sent as a message to Discord.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send you your that.
I can't change Discord window. That's how I'm filming you guys.
Gotcha.
No worries. It's
got to be. I can't lose the gorgeous faces that are currently carrying this content. I need to keep those in frame.
All right, you've got it on Facebook. Technically, I'm even monitoring. I'm gonna check in on you guys. But anyway, I will let you guys know as soon as other games are done. See you in a bit.
All right, I am so down. I am so pumped. Let's get this link in chat. So
Definitely.
100% got to get this link in chat. So he's got to get 10 more subscribers. Guys, let's do this. Let's get Mark to 100 subscribers on stream right now. So I've just posted the link in chat. If you click that link, it will take you to, I believe, Mark's YouTube channel. Let me make sure that actually takes you there, so I'm not lying. Let's Mark Chamberlain VO. Guys, we are getting that channel right now to 100 subscribers. Let's help this community out. These guys have been such a great help to us here at Hometown TCG. Such a great help to the community. Click that sub button, guys. Let's get Mark to 100 subscribers.
It's definitely worth it to hear that voice.
That is just true. I thought you were building it up too much. You're like, oh, this guy's got a beautiful voice. I'm like, yeah, okay, everyone says that. And then he spoke. I was like, oh my God, why? What?
Yeah. And if you have suggestions or thoughts or want to hear something, 100% make a comment. He will try to do his best about it.
So, thank you for getting Mark to 102 in 10 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We are at 103. Boba, good shout out. You guys freaking rock in the comment section. The viewers here rock. You guys are awesome. Shout out to you. That is awesome. Good job, team. Good job, squad. Let's go. I love rewarding awesome content creators that deserve it, man. And he deserves it. That digging into the lore and making lore videos like that is such cool content. Let's go.
I think out of the ones he's done, I loved the Ira one. It was just so awesome to listen to.
I feel as work, because I haven't been able to quit my job and go full-time content creation. So I still, work 9 to 5, and I have a lot of FaB content that plays like in my headphones while I'm working. That is going to be probably my binge for like the next week while I'm working. Just like not only the smooth voice, but just the awesome stories. Dude, I'm pumped.
Yeah, it was awesome. But as I said, he takes requests. If you have suggestions, I know one of the first ones he put had a little extra breathing. So he went through and re-uploaded it, edited it out, took it, made it so it was perfect. He's really good.
That's cool. So, a couple of the games we're still waiting on, guys. We have the John Sayadek versus Oldhim Viserai Oldhim matchup. Viserai did go off with 26 rune chance, flipped the life totals to be about a 16-9. But those of you that know Viserai, when he pivots into OTK, can kind of run out of gas. Very interested to see kind of what that looks like right now. And we're also waiting on the Starvo versus Oldhim matchup that is a grind. However, the Oldhim player is missing Crown and Shield right now. There is some spicy tech that is taking out some equipment in the Starvo deck. So we're still waiting on those two results. We have the results of Prism Dash. We got to watch the Dash player take down Prism in the first round of top 8. It was boost dash tech. It did a nice pivot. First turn was able to pull 2 induction chambers, so very cool. And then what is the last game we're waiting on, Nick?
The other game, as I said, did finish. That was Michael from Team Ascent on Prism against Jay, who was on Star Bravo, and Michael did take that one.
Okay, so the Prism was able to get over the top of the Starvo. Very interesting matchup. So we do have one member of Team Hometown TCG Ascent. Self-plug time. Moving on. Let's go. We got a couple more in the trenches right now.
Yeah. I did, when I did go out there and check on to see where some things were, I did talk to the Dash player. He said he had 12 cards left in his deck at the end of the game there.
Thin.
The reason he blocked, because I even asked, the reason he blocked that Metamorph for 7 was he had 3 blues and a red.
Okay.
He already had one of those. The red would go to Arsenal. The 3 blues, or the 2 of the blues, loaded and shot everything, and left the things or was all he needed.
Okay.
So he thought he had a card to throw away. And the Prism was just blocking. He didn't see him didn't expect him to turn around and attack him.
Okay.
At that point in time.
Well, then do me a favor. Now, this is on the spot. I don't want to put you on the spot. Do you think we can get our Prism player in for a quick interview right now?
Yeah. Yeah, let me get Michael in here. Give me a second.
Let's go get Michael in here. Let's go.
Michael, they want you.
All right. Did I say the Prism player? I meant the Dash player, but either one.
They want you on camera. Yeah.
Dude, incoming dad, shout out to you. That's
See,
I don't take kindness well. So
I got him. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Michael here that just took a game on Prism. It's going fantastic, man. Now let us cut this straight. You just played Prism v Starvo, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right,
One
dude,
and only.
give us the rundown and let people know I am not 100% biased because you're a member of Team Hometown TCG. I'm just like mostly biased, like just a little bit. So give us the rundown of the match, man, how to play.
Even before he starts, he was hyper worried because they've played. It's somebody he drove up here with. They've played so many games, and he said whoever goes first takes the win.
Yep.
He already counted himself out because he knew he was going second.
Yeah.
And he pulls it out, which is what we wanted.
Yeah, Jay's one of my biggest play partners, even though he's not part of Team Ascent, but, good friends and everything. We play all the time. And we've run our decks into each other many, many times. And as Nick just said, whoever goes first wins. Now, he actually opened up with an Oaken Old Fused turn 1, and I'm not going to have a D react for that. So, yeah, I started off with 9 life lower, but before the on-hit effect resolved, I actually dropped in a Arclight Sentinel to try to pull back some tempo.
Okay.
Real quick, I'm going to interrupt. Starvo, Chris, just beat old him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got another...
4.
All right,
we're going to have at least 3, because one of those 2 is going to win.
Yeah.
So
all right,
let me
guys.
go talking to Michael. Let me see what I can scoop up.
Yeah, after we finish with Michael, we'll fill out some more results. But so it sounds like you went second. You were able to pull it out regardless, even though first turn you kind of got clapped a little bit there.
Yeah, I got clapped for 9 to start off with. So I was basically Kano for the entire game. But my game plan was always aggressively put a big defense reaction into Arsenal, plop down an aura, swing wide. And once you see once the Starbro has an off turn, you just pull back so much tempo. You slap down 2 more auras, swing wide. And I think once I got him to below 20 health, I kind of transitioned away from the aura plan into more, all right, you have to respect my heralds now, because I had a Pierce Reality. For those of you who don't know, it increases your first attack by 2, your illusionist attack action card by 2. So I'd be sending heralds at him for like 8, go again. And at that point, Starvo, I know he has to have a big attack to actually smack you back with. So as long as I'm able to rob him of that every turn, his threat density decreases significantly. If he fuses, doesn't matter. He can't smack me with anything anyway. And so, yeah, once I just got into a solid board state where I had 4 Spectral Auras out, I just started transitioning into smacking him with heralds. And yeah, it worked. Once you get him low enough, you're basically the equivalent of a Kodachi lock. In this case, it's Spectral Shield lock. I just block out, pitch 1, and pitch to activate Prism as an instant, swing wide. So that's how it went. Although, I also should note, my sideboard was messed up. I had 3 cards in there that I was not supposed to have. So, yeah, I definitely fixed that afterwards. When I drew it, I'm like, what? This isn't you there, so that was a little scary.
So you went second, you boarded improperly, and you squeaked it out. We take those.
Yeah, I won't complain about that.
100%. And you made a good point there, and I think it's something people, if you guys are out there in your Starvo games, if you're playing against this deck, you do get to the point where you can put the Starvo in a position where they can't afford to do the Starvo thing anymore. And as soon as Starvo can't afford to keep enough cards to do the Starvo thing, they are a deck of draft chaff with some big hitters. So it's a good spot to be in. It's something to remember that there is a line above 1 life where you kind of take tempo. So that it sounds like you had an awesome experience, man. It's been a long day grinding.
Just 2 more games at most. Quick shout out to Bova and Dad. Hi, Dad. Yeah, doing well here.
Let's go. And before you go, do you have any comment on the facial hair? Because you got some fans in here that are curious where the facial hair went.
I mean, I didn't expect to be on camera today. Good thing I shaved. So
Well, you look just as attractive always. Congratulations. We'll let you, kind of mentally prep and relax before your last match. But always good to see you, man. Good luck. Go get it.
Yeah. All right. Hope we put on a very entertaining semi and finals. All right. Stay tuned.
Let's go.
What is that?
Wes, Fanina pointing out that these top 8s are so hard when you do like everyone. You're 100% correct. I've had a lot of friends in top 8s against each other. You don't know who to root for. It gets tight. What do we got here? Oh my goodness. Let's go.
Just double checked. Viserai is at 7. Oldhim is at 4. Viserai has under 10 cards left in deck. Not looking too good, but it's going to be a very close match. Going to be over pretty quickly. Otherwise, we've got the Dash player right here, ready to answer your questions, and everyone is hyper excited to watch you play.
Dude, this is sick. I can't believe we got you. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Dash player. Go ahead and introduce yourself. What's your name? What are you playing? What do you like? Whatever you want to say to the people, man.
Yeah, my name's Seth Roberts. I'm a 18-year-old high school student, and I love playing Dash. It's like, I was super psyched. It's one of the lists I've been on for a while, and I hadn't really touched Everfest since last week, and then I saw a post about the sequencing with T-Bone and Magnetic Shockwave, and I thought that synergy would be really powerful going into a lot of the Viserai and a lot of those, equipment-heavy matchups.
Well, dude, very, very sick. It was awesome to watch play. The turn 1 second induction chamber drop had to put you in a good spot. You had to have been feeling good right there.
Yeah, so I was actually talking to Michael. He's a really good friend of mine. We jam a lot, and he's one of the best Prism players, in the state for sure.
100%.
And I was just like running through stuff with him, and I was just like, man, I was playing against you earlier. Like, I feel like I had like 3 cards left in my deck. Like, I'm running out of gas. Like, do I just need to put more items in my library? Have that, like, if I can like drop that turn 1 or like, make sure I can live a few more turns. He's like, yeah, that's probably like the best call. And you can't not take Michael Lau's advice. He's like a really sweet dude. And, he knows what's up with Prism.
Well, the advice was great, but the play was also great. So give yourself some credit. You made a lot of great decision points. It's always weird commentating. You always feel like a backseat gamer. And I made the comment early in the gameplay stream that say, hey, while we may criticize play, remember, none of us are in those seats. We don't know how the game is playing. We don't know how our opponent has been reacting, what their tendencies are. We don't have that information. So seeing some of the plays you made and then seeing how they panned out was just awesome to see from a gameplay perspective. And do you have any tips for the Dash players that might be in chat? You got a lot of Dash player love in chat going on right now. Do you got any tips for people looking to pick up Dash, people who are avidly playing Dash and maybe aren't getting there?
Yeah, biggest thing for me is items are so much less important than they were a couple months ago. Don't be afraid to boost out of your mind. You gotta like make sure you shred your library away. Just get it out. Like, go hard, go real hard.
Dude, that is the coldest advice. I want to stop the stream right now and play like the Snoop Dogg music and drop the sunglasses and the little cigarette in your mouth, right? Because that is some of the hardest advice that I've ever seen regarding Dash. If you're going for it, you can't be afraid. You got to go for it. I love it. Real quick in chat, let's get some Seth love in chat right now. Guys, shout out to Seth. Give him your love. And then, Seth, what are you expecting to see in your next match? And what's your strategy going forward?
So for the next match, I know that the Oldheim Guardian match just ended. So I know I could be playing against Michael on Prism. I could be playing against Chris on Brostar, or I could be playing against an Oldheim or a Viserai. So I'm hoping I can play Michael because the back-to-back. I would have played 4 Prisms in a row at this point, and I feel like that's like one of the best matchups I can see going into into this top 8. I'm very not confident against Brostar. Their on hits hurt hard. The spinal crushes and the cranial crushes will mess me up for a couple turns, and I'll lose tempo pretty fast. But with Viserai, we got a bunch of new cool toys like in Everfest that prevent rune chant damage and can only make them cast non-attack actions once a turn, and that slows them down fast.
Okay. Well, dude,
we love update time, everybody.
We love to hear the tech. Oh, we got an update coming. So just Seth, let me finish up with you. We love to hear the tech man. Good luck. I'll let you rest a little bit before your next round. I'm sure you got to mentally prepare. Shout out. Thanks for coming on. And you get another win. We hope to see you back in the booth, my friend.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Let's go, dude. All right, Joey. We got Joey back from Decks and Drafts with an update. Joey, hit us with it. What do you got?
All right, here's what we got. John Vizzy takes it. Takes down the Oldham.
Wow.
4-4. With a 4-4 game, John launches a birthday cake.
Well, it's 4 to 7.
It was 4 to 7? All right. So 7 rune chance plus a birthday cake coming in after being Mauvrian, so we're still getting a Thorn. John left 6 cards left in his deck. That is game ends there, basically. If he does not win, it's pretty much done.
What a game between 2 awesome players. Wow.
So that gives us a Starvo, I believe. Starvo, Viscerai, Prism, and Dash. We got a diverse top 4.
That's what we love to see, man. Awesome. Thank you for the update. This is great. When do you guys think you're going to get those games going?
I mean, we're probably going to crank them pretty soon. I do want to give John an opportunity to just breathe for a moment. So
if we can, let's get the chat to let us know what game they want to see.
Yeah, what do you guys want to see?
So what are the matchups? What are the matchups we're looking at in the top 4 here? What are we looking at?
Do you want to find out the matchups?
Let's see. Yeah, let me see what I can figure out what the matchups are. But if there's one specific hero you want to see, launch that in. But
I just saw Dash.
We just saw Dash. So actually, Joey, we'll probably pivot away from the Dash gameplay because we did just watch Dash. Let's.
I know there's some interest in that spicy Chris Starvo tech. But let me see what the matches are. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we got a lot of Dash love. Maybe we'll be showing Dash again. We got a lot of Dash love in the chat.
Oh my gosh.
So
either way, we're gonna have a Team Ascent player on stream.
So let's get a Team Hometown TCG Ascent update. We had how many players going into the top 8 here? How many players were in the top 8 from Team Hometown TCG Ascent?
4 out of the 6 that came to the tournament made top 8.
Okay, so we had 4 players in the top 8. How many have advanced into the top 4?
We've got 3.
We've got 3.
The funniest thing was after the 3rd round, we had 4 people that were undefeated. All 4 were Team Ascent. So they all got paired for round 4 against each other.
There's a lot of cannibalization going, but when you guys do play in locals together, it's bound to happen. Love to see it. So huge shout out to Team Hometown TCG Ascent. If you guys haven't watched the intro video, make some time for that this week. Those guys shine on camera and they're great members of the community. I'm so lucky to be able to partner with such an awesome team. And Nick, you guys are great.
So if I do remember correctly, Viscerai did play Dash earlier and beat him.
Okay, so that is definitely a weird matchup. All right, so we got a little preview there for sure. And then the other options, we have a Starvo left and a Prism left. So four people left, 4 different heroes left. Very interesting.
Really nice. Yeah, it was a decently diverse top 8. I think the only duplicate we had we had 2 Prisms and 2 Old Hymns. I guess we actually had 2 Star Bros. But yeah, so I guess it wasn't as diverse as it could, but at least one hero didn't dominate.
Yeah,
too 100%. Many times I'm hearing, oh well, our top 4 was all Star Bros or whatnot.
Right. So it's great to see the diversity. Steven Bowers, welcome to chat, dude. We got an interesting question. We want to know how many players were at this event. I believe it was 35 you mentioned?
It was 35. It was the smallest one we've had here so far in Colorado. But we are up in Estes Park, which is from Denver. It's about an hour and a half up into the mountains through the snowy Pampas.
So you're a bit off the beaten path.
Yeah. It's one of the tourist towns. It's amazing if you can make it out here, but you're just going to have less people that travel to it just because of the distance and where it's at.
Well, I can't wait. I mean, I know we're all going to meet up in Cincinnati, in Indy, and we got some surprise apparel that's coming with us as well. But I think this means if we come out to the Midwest, I got to go out to Colorado and see you guys eventually.
Oh, yeah. So what do we have for matches?
Community, your pick. We got Viscerai versus Prism or Dash versus that techie Starvo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure it's going to be Dash against the Star Bro because everyone wants to see one of those 2. But let's see what you guys want to see.
Let me know in the chat, guys. I need you guys to blow up the chat. Don't be a sideline watcher here. What do you want? Do you want Dash and Starvo, or do you want Viserai and Prism? Was the matchup?
Viserai and Prism.
I gotta use my squeaky voice when I don't remember. All right, we got a lot of Dash for Starvo. We got one Vis v Prism. We got a lot of Dash love in chat. Dash v Bro. One more Viserai. It's looking overwhelming, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking overwhelming. I think we're going with Dash v Starvo, but Joey, it's your stream. You get the final call, dude. Are you going with the people? Or are you going against the people? Big moment. Big moment. What are you doing?
We're going Dash v Starvo, guys. I want to see the Dash stuff happen.
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be bringing you Dash v Starvo right here on Hometown TCG and through Decks and Drafts with Joey. Again, if you haven't checked out that link in the video description, that takes you to the unfiltered, uncommented gameplay that is live on Decks and Drafts right now. Awesome YouTube channel. Guys, click sub. Click sub. Yes. Just click the subscribe
I'm at 397,
button.
Guys. I'm at 397. What? You did it with Mark in like 2 seconds.
How did you not tell us that earlier? You're at 397. You have to get 400 is such a prettier number. Guys, 400, it's a prettier number, 100%. And all you're doing is filling your feed with amazing flesh and blood content with people that live and breathe this game. You need to click that sub button on Decks and Drafts. That goes without saying. What are you doing?
I'm going to set up a Dash v Starvo stream.
He's going to set up the stream. You see the logo. There's the logo right here. You got to click it. Let's go.
Hey, if you have a Patreon, you can get a pint glass for him. He's also got coasters and stuff.
Well, if we're gonna like push any Patreon, we're gonna push the Hometown TCG Patreon that you can see in the link below and join the Hometown TCG Discord community. But for right now,
I heard there's some interesting stuff coming from Hometown TCG Patrons this coming week.
Hold on, we can't release that information.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I just gotta tease it.
We gotta be sneaky, dude. We're not releasing it. Yes, there is some big, huge things coming for Patreons of Hometown TCG, which you can find at patreon.com/HometownTCG. We've got some huge stuff planned, partnering with Team Ascent and partnering with making every member of the Hometown TCG community a better flesh and blood player and helping them achieve all of their goals that they have in the game, whether it's, casual player, whether they want to crush these ProQuests, whatever it is. We're going to help you achieve your goals. We got some spice coming. But I'm done with that. Hold on. I have to find Decks and Drafts. I want to get this link. He's got to get to 400, 100%.
He just said he got to 4, so...
Already?
He's at 400.
Oh, screw that. 410. Let's go. I and maybe this is a fault of mine, guys, but I love members of this. Not only do I love members of this community, of the Flesh and Blood community, but I love content creators that are kind of coming along and making this awesome content. I will support any content creator that I watch and consume their content. I will support 100%. It is a weird place for me. I get so much joy off that. I'm a weird dude. Admittedly. All right,
there's nothing wrong with that.
My coffee is empty. We got Dash and Starvo coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to take just a couple minutes here, and I'm going to go grab myself another draft for the Decks and Draft stream. I'm going to pop us over in case the game starts, and people will be okay with that, right?
Yeah.
Let's
you should
pop
be
over.
setting up and watch some of them set up.
There's nothing on stream right now. It's still looking like it's still just the screen. If you're seeing something else, make sure I know so I can know why.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, so.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go. Nick, it's your job. Talk to the people, energize the people. You got like 2 minutes of airtime without me, so no talking crap, dude. No talking
You're not going to go back and watch it, are you? So you won't even know.
You're right, I won't. I hate my voice.
So, I guess my first question for all you guys, since we're going to see Starvo v Dash, is who do you want to win? Are you going to go with Hometown TCG and vote for the Starbro? Or are you going to go against it and against Hometown TCG and vote for Dash?
All right.
We're getting there. We got a couple votes going in. So who's heading over to Indy? Are you guys actually heading to Indy for the calling? I know I'm going. We've got Bova that's going from the team. I know John has just gotten his ticket, so he's planning on going. I believe Easton is going as well. Chris is going. We've got at least 5 people. I don't think Michael or Ian are going. Ian's still trying to see if he can weasel some time off of work, and I'm not sure about Easton 100%. Let's see. We've got Dash, no more Starvo. Dash. Come on, guys. You got to go with the hometown TCG. That'll be awesome, Des. I haven't actually met you from hometown TCG team. It'll be awesome to finally meet you and actually meet Josh. I'm from the Chicago area myself, just moved out to Colorado a couple months ago, so. And they're just setting up the stream. It sounded like he's announcing that. Hey, Thomas, it doesn't matter if you're a good player or not. It's all a matter of having fun and doing what you love to do. If you get some wins, sweet. If not, you get to hang out with everybody. The side events are amazing. I'm personally looking forward to the Team Blitz event. I believe Bova, Chris, and Easton. So I believe Easton said he was going. Now that I think about it, I think they're running some fun stuff for that. I still have to figure out what I'm going and what I'm going to be running. I've got my two partners, my wife, and actually one of our friends is going to join us there. So I've got to figure out what I'm going to be running for the Team Blitz. I haven't even looked at Blitz yet, so if you've got some sweet suggestions, let me know. I know for a couple of the local Blitz tournaments, I've been running. I think I've been running mainly, unfortunately, Kano. I did try a couple fun Shyvana deck lists, but nothing too amazing there so far.
We're getting ourselves ready to get started for top 4. I've got Ian here. If you guys want to swap out or fight to death, whatever. I'm going to get out of the room. Don't bleed too much blood.
All right, well, Ian's going to go ahead and take over, guys. Give him a shout out and enjoy. We'll see you after this for the next one. Hopefully.
Thank you for getting me to 4. Appreciate y'all. Milestone day.
Let's go. You guys rock. And chat, let me know what Nick said about me behind my back while I wasn't in the room, because I'm sure it was not at all rude and loving and caring.
No, not rude at all.
Like I've been to him all day. I haven't made fun of him once. Not once. But now that Ian's here, welcome, dude. What's going on? Introduce yourself to the content. Introduce yourself to the stream.
Yeah, I'm Ian, Deadly Barracuda, around on Discord.
Welcome. Were you playing today? Are you a spectator? Are you playing? Do you play on any teams that we might want to know about?
Yeah, I'm on Team Hometown TCG Ascent.
Okay, very, very cool. Did you play today?
I did. Yeah, I played Chain today.
Oh, you played Chain today. How'd it go? Give us a rundown.
Not so hot. I really struggled against a whole bunch of Ice Lexis that showed up today.
Oh, wow. Okay. Couple meta busters poking their heads out.
Yeah, I think for sure that's what it was, and they're just able to keep Channel Lake out for an exceptionally long amount of time, being able to sort of pitch to Voltaire even when they don't have anything to load.
Right. The fail to find mechanic. You hate to see it.
Yeah, and so they keep that Channel Lake out, and it's like, well, shackling costs 3. And because of all the frostbites and all your zeros cost 1, and it's a little bit painful.
It can be, but good job, kind of slogging through the mud. How many Ice Lexis did you end up playing?
I think there were 6 Lexis today, and I think there were 5 of them were ice and 1 was lightning.
Okay.
And I played against 2 Ice Lexis and a lightning Lexi today.
You were seeing a metric boatload of Ranger, my friend. And
I was.
Okay, so what made you go with Chain into the given meta? Give us an argument and give the viewers a reason to pivot and jump back on Chain even after the Seeds of Agony ban. Give the people something.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of inherent power there, and sort of, it's shifting a little bit, and I might be going off-chain, but for a while there, we were in this metagame where decks were sort of looking straight past each other and wanting to keep these really big combo hands to go off, and Chain is the king of aggro. He gets extra cards from his Soul Shackles, he's got Carrion Husk, and you can just have some really explosive turns with Spellbound Creepers and Heart of War and other shenanigans that let you win all of those races. And then the more decks started interacting with you, like ice effects, sort of the worse chain gets.
Sure.
But he saw a real game against Fatigue too.
Okay.
I think over the week of testing and today against Fatigue, I made Urser every single game, and was able to win those games. So,
well, dude, I mean, that's some spicy tech making Urser in this meta, but I got to pivot here. It looks like we are setting up for the game, and are you going to be the official booth commentator joining me for this gameplay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Dude, let's go. And for those people who know, this is not the first time Ian and I have interacted. I believe you introduced me to what tea was that when we went to the Asian restaurant in Vegas?
Yeah, Thai tea.
Thai tea. There was some tea that you introduced me to, and it was the sweetest, most delicious, creamiest like glass of fattening ridiculousness. That was I was so happy. That was the very first time I had that. And guys, if you're in this chat getting ready, you need to know Ian is an absolutely avid, accomplished member of Team Hometown TCG Ascent. Great member of the community, good guy, well-spoken guy. Snappy dresser, as you can see in there, always looking fresh. And if you guys are enjoying the content and enjoying the stream, make sure you're sharing this with friends. I want to see how many people we can get viewing these top 8 games. I know there's a lot of people that love to watch this high-end gameplay. Share this stuff with friends. Get this stuff out there. Let's get people in this stream chatting with us and watching Flesh and Blood. So here we go. We're getting into it. We got Starbro versus Dash. We do have Chris is a member of Team Hometown TCG Ascent, so I will try not to be hyper biased. Let's go.
This is going to be really interesting because this Dash is you guys saw Dash this deck on camera last round, but hyper aggressive version of Dash. And we've got Chris here with I think a slightly more defensive version of Bravo Star the show.
Okay.
And part of that tech is to help in the mirror. So we'll kind of see how it plays out if he can withstand the amount of aggression that's about to come at him here.
So I think I always theorized, and this is again complete theory, that one of the ways to breed Star, and while I'm talking, Ian, go ahead and move a little bit to your left. I had to cut frame weird, so you have to sit there perfect. You have to sit a little bit more to the left to be centered because I had to cut frame weird.
No worries.
So one of the things that I found that was interesting is can Boost Dash provide enough guaranteed pressure to put Starbro so much on the back foot that it can never afford to do the thing. The risk that you run, in my opinion, is Starbro takes 20 to 25 damage, high rolls, and is able to pick apart your hand for multiple turns in a row and really throw you on that back foot. So it's going to be interesting to see, what do you think about this matchup? What do you think's coming?
Yeah. So I think Chris here is going to be looking to try and be defensive if possible. He's going to look to utilize the shield anytime the chain gets broken, which it's not going to get broken very much with all these zero-cost boost effects. And I think he's going to try and get around to a second cycle or an awakening that lets him take that tempo like you're talking about. And as far as Dash, we're looking to set up maximum velocities and to pull equipment blocks early with things like T-Bone and Magnetic Shockwave. And we'll see if the Dash has enough gas to get there.
Dude, I'm in. And then chat, let's go ahead and ask chat. So Ian, we're gonna face chat really quick. We're gonna have a moment because we have a member in this game, so we're biased. 100% we're a little biased. So we want to know from you, from chat on YouTube, watching right now, who's winning this game? What do you think? Who do you want to take it home? Let's get fan votes in the chat right now before the game starts. What do you guys think? And well, someone voted Lexi. That's not a choice. I'm so sorry, but Lexi is not an option right now. As much as we want to see Ranger Tech go off, we can't see it.
Dash is coming in.
Yes. So we got some Dash. We got Starvo. Clappy Bravo is last week's news. I do want to shout out.
This Dash just goes so fast that Starro dies before he can blink.
100. That is an option. I want to shout out Crimson Haze FB. Or Crimson Haze FaB. They're streaming tomorrow. I think they got more Proquest streaming content, so make sure to take a look at that. We got a lot of votes for Dash. We got a lot of hope for Dash. Vanita's voting for both because absolute cheater. What is going on here? You don't just get to vote for both. A lot of rooting for Dash, but saw the Starbro Wreck Viscerai earlier.
That was a different version of the deck. That was another top 8 competitor who did not make it this far. So we'll see Chris's take here, and you know, who knows?
So we're into boarding. We talked earlier in the last match about this Dash deck boarding, so we know it kind of wants to stay lean. We did get a little insight. Let's pivot and talk about the Starvo boarding. What's Starvo boarding here? What's they running? Are we seeing defense reactions for max velocity, or is Starvo going to stay lean?
I think he's going to try and stay pretty lean, would be my guess. If he's got any zero cost defense reaction, those are definitely going in.
Okay.
And maybe some of our more expensive red D-reacts maybe might not make it in, which might make him a little weak to those max velocities, but you know, it's really hard to block like 4 attacks and then a 10, right? Like,
right.
Oh, it gets real tough to hang on to the blue you need to pitch and, you know, the immovable in Arsenal or the staunch or the turn timber.
Right, and it's important to note that unmovable and staunch and turn timber in Arsenal on Starvo are less effective targets for the Arsenal because we're looking to Crown of Seeds and dig and use that so effectively. An unmovable in Arsenal can get blown out early turn, and we can be even more vulnerable to a max velocity coming. So let's look to see kind of unmovables and turn timbers from hand so we can keep digging. Now, the big question is, I see a lot of these lists running, you know, you got the 3 Crippling Crush and you got the 3 Oaken Olds. But the third threat, whether it's 1 or 2 of Pulverize or whatever it might be, is kind of the wild card. Do you think that we, as the Starvo player, are looking to be on the back foot? Is that Starvo player looking to be so far on the back foot, take so much damage, that maybe you include 2 Pulverize because Awakening is going to be such a quality card? Or do you think it's still a 1 of or a none of? What do you think we're running here?
I think we might be on 2 or 3 Pulverize.
3? Oh, 3 seems so risky, dude.
I think we are either blocking with it, crowning it away, or we are going for the Awakening into that big old smash hit.
All right. It looks like we're in an interesting point. We got a point. Upstart Goblin pointing out it does look like the Starvo is running a 66 or 67, so maybe not running as lean as possible.
Well, if that's the case, you know, maybe he wants to guarantee that he can outlast some of this damage. You know, if the dash is going to be boosting so much, you know, maybe he thinks he can be defensive enough to sort of hang in there as Dash peters out and starts running out of cards.
100%. And interesting to see. So the Dash isn't on a full all-in. We don't see a Teklo core start. We do see an induction chamber start with the item on field.
Yeah, I think if you all in against the shield and the crown, right? Like, whoo.
100%. It's interesting. Let's see who we got going first here. We got first play of the game coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Turn 1 coming at you. Who's it going to be? We got a lot of votes for Dash. We're a little biased for the Starvo player, but we'll try not to be. Looks like Starvo's going first. Pretty simple first turn here. Don't expect to see too much. Seismic Surge.
I like the tech plating in this matchup instead of Tunic, having that extra block for important turns.
Can be absolute gas, you're right. Channel Lake Frigid early. First turn. Channel Lake Frigid. Turning off a lot of the boost tech that we're going to see, and does he give the player a chance to filter their hand? We are going to throw Winter's Wail from the Starvo side. Just kind of an opportunity to filter hand, but it is pretty decent because, you know, decking is an option for the Dash player, and with decking an option, the more cards we can throw in that graveyard, the better.
I agree. Also, this Channel Lake is going to be so punishing for this Dash early.
So punishing. So we do have an Arsenal target. Now, remember, loading and firing this pistol just got significantly more expensive.
Yeah, not only that, all those zero-cost boosts that are in this deck, the T-Bones, 0s to 60, they all cost 1, your zipper hits cost 2. Like, oh, it's going to feel bad.
And that is an option. Are we looking, on the Dash side of things, are we looking to set up big magnetic shockwave T-bone plays to try to take out some of this quality equipment? There is a lot of chaff. The Crown of Seeds is the one that definitely matters. So there's a lot of chaff to throw in front of those things and kind of protect the Crown of Seeds.
For sure.
And then just to mention the equipment on the dash side, it's a pretty standard. We do see the Achilles Accelerator, Teklo Foundry Heart, the Skull Cap again, and the Goliath Gauntlet once again. So it looks
the
like
Goliath Gauntlet here. It's going to really help push damage later.
I 100% agreed. We saw a really efficient and surprise use of the Goliath Gauntlet last game.
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
All right. So it looks like we're throwing blue attacks here.
Yeah, seems like maybe he wants to hold some of the reds in Arsenal, or for once he's out from under the Channel Lake Frigid.
I am a huge fan of this play, throwing these blue attacks, maybe chipping 1 to 2 damage that you wouldn't otherwise get, and waiting out the winter here, letting the cold pass you by, wait out that winter.
Yeah, you have to get out from underneath that Channel Lake before you can really have those big explosive 5-card hands or the high octane Tome of Fendel turns that are really just disgusting, right? Like, you need to be able to have everything be cheap.
100%. So we got 2 pitch floating here. We do have a Crown of Streets trigger floating. You expect to see, if this is a 2-cost attack, 100% expect to see shield thrown in front of this thing unless you're holding it for later. There's so much breakage of the combat chain. I think you throw shield right away.
Yeah, we're going to see what Chris decides to do here. I love that he puts his Crown of Seeds on top of Bravo when it's active.
It definitely is a better way to remember that it's active. I have forgotten so many Crown of Seeds triggers and taken damage.
Yeah, I really love just, letting your opponent know, letting you remember. It's great.
100%. So the interesting portion of this matchup now is we will never get a free Crown of Seeds off Tunic. As you can see, like you mentioned, we are running Tectonic Plating for the extra block, but that means no free Crown ever in this matchup. We are going to get the 2 ice pitch through, though. Swing Winter's Wail, and the storm remains, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. The storm holds. One important
thing that did happen there while Crown of Seeds was happening was no more attacks, but we did slip a Teklo Core into play to help mitigate that Channel Lake Frigid.
Oh, 100%. I did not see the Teklo Core come into play. Great catch. That is going to help, but at what cost? We are going to lose cards off the top of the deck.
Yeah, so it's actually so interesting. Because he chose to go Tech Plating here instead of Tunic, he does lose out on Crown of Seeds, but it's what lets him keep Channel Lake for a second turn because he can pitch that first ice card to make the Surge and then pitch the second ice card to hammer.
That is a fantastic point. So some of that tech coming through early, and it's just going to show that Chris on the Starbro knows what he's doing. He's attacking the situation with a plan, and he has put off 1 turn so far. So the Channel Lake has kind of a first turn lockdown, but this would be the first high value dash turn. Let's see if Channel Lake really affects these plays.
Yeah, so Teklo Core is going to tick down. We're going to get those 2 free resources. It's really going to help mitigate all the frostiness that he's under here.
100%. That is such a great counterplay right there. Wow, it looks like we're going to mitigate a lot of the value from Channel Lake and throw turn 2 Spark of Genius.
Yeah, I love that play, right? You don't want to go really wide right now. You get another item out, which is going to help against this fatigue plan. This looks great for Dash. We're setting up so that we can not burn out fuel.
100%, but something has been taken back.
Oh, interesting.
So it looks like maybe there wasn't enough pitch with the Channel Lake and the Frostbite currently in play.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It looks like there wasn't enough pitched to go play it. So now it looks like we are pitching 9 to go get an item here.
While he goes and does that, I figured to give you guys an interesting update on the Viserai game. It's 40-30 right now. John has popped his Scaletta with 7 rune chance already. So doing an early Scaletta versus Prism.
Being a little aggressive instead of going for OTK. Probably afraid of Arclight Sentinel shutting him down.
Yeah.
So the Viserai looks like they've pivoted off of the OTK strategy. Great update. Joey from Decks and Drafts always coming through, dude, with the sick updates. I'm loving the position the Dash has put themselves in to kind of mitigate what's going on with this Channel Lake Frigid. Let's see.
Yeah,
is there a chance?
Out. That's huge.
Yes. Is there a chance that we are looking at a 3 ice card pitch here?
Ooh, I don't know. I think that's probably pretty tough. So we definitely know we can make a seismic and we can hammer.
Right.
Now, we didn't use crown on any turn, so
we can make seismic and crown.
Right, but then, if it's a blue ice card, we still have one pitch floating, and we need something else to pitch to.
And
so it might be a little tough.
Might be a little tough. And the red ice cards are not exactly bountiful in the Starvo build. So
no, they really want to maximize the on-hit of that hammer to disrupt their opponents. So most of them are blue.
100%. So Starvo, looking to trigger that crown, did pitch an earth card, so it looks like we are off the plan.
Yeah.
We're 100% off the plan. Now the question is this happening on turn? And if so, why would you, if you're gonna crown, why would you not crown at the end of turn to see if you could possibly present Starvo, unless you're missing 2 pieces of the puzzle? So interesting play there from the Starvo player.
I did.
And it looks like we're throwing Winter's Wail. We are comfortable letting we are getting early equipment block on the Winter's Wail, and the Channel Lake Frigid is going down. Dash is going in here, right?
We're gonna pivot here. This is gonna be a big damage turn from the Dash.
Dash is going in here. 100%. We didn't want the Frostbite. This is what chat came to see. We have Dash lovers in the chat. We know that people want to see this Dash, and Dash is going in. We got 2 additional free resources from Techlocore. Let's see. Is this the max velocity turn? Is it here?
It all depends on what's in that arsenal, and if we can go wide enough for it.
It is a high octane turn as well, dude. Woo! Oh my goodness, we are going in. Is OTK Dash a thing? Is that what we're looking at?
I don't know about OTK Dash. I think we'd have to see a little more pitch stacking.
No, dude, we need to build the hype. Let's go. All right. High speed impact coming down. Do you know the hit effect off high speed impact off the top of your head? It has been so long since I played a Dash build.
I believe this is the one where if it hits the next boosted attack gains dominate.
Ooh, okay, very interesting. So,
but it's been a minute since I fought against Boost Dash as well. So
our Boost Dash knowledge is not great. We need Nick back in here, knows the cards by heart.
He is a amazing Dash player for sure.
But it looks like we're throwing a block, and it looks like we are looking to full block this out. So the full block is coming down on the high speed impact. No dominate trigger, but a big old hand on the Dash player. Can we make use of it?
I think so. I think we're going to get a lot of action points, and we've already got a Purifier out. So even though we're breaking the chain for the pistol a couple times this turn, it's going to be up a power, and it's going to chip some real damage here, I think.
Oh, we are turn timbering right now out of Arsenal. So we are fusing a turn timber on a very interesting target.
Yeah, so that's why we didn't see the Crown of Seeds initially there. We only saw the shield pitch just because we wanted to spend those other 2 resources on the turn timber.
Right, which we talked about early in pregame, that the turn timber in there can be weird, but if we're... All right, so we got another zipper hit. And then remember, we did talk about those defense reactions being very unique Arsenal targets in the matchups because it makes you decide, do you want to de-react or do you want to crown? You must pick, you cannot do both.
Yeah. And then did we get a second induction chamber in play there after everything was done?
It looks like we did, and that will block 5 here. Here's the question. Did we get Starvo a full block out and leave an Arsenal target? Wow, I thought that was going to be a much bigger swing. Starvo with the full block. Now Dash got value with the additional induction chamber, got the Plasma Purifier in play, but didn't push through any damage.
Yeah, that is some impressive, almost Oldham level of defensive capabilities from Bravo Star of the show there with that turn timber.
Yes, Chris did block that out well, but Seth is not done. We've seen this from Seth in the last game. A lot of back foot, front foot play, if you will, where we're taking time. We're going to fire a lot of pistol shots this turn, and last turn we went in with boost. Don't be surprised to see him leave something to throw in Arsenal to throw a big pistol turn and then follow that with a big boost turn and kind of play that beautiful dance here.
Yeah, it's such a fun way to play your setup versus go turns in Dash, right? Because you have all the items in play, so even on your setup turn, you get to threaten damage and force cards out of hand while you get to set your next 5-card hand. Super fun.
It is, and it is a play and a play style that rewards a great player. So we're seeing it here from Seth, digging deep. Now we see the Crown of Seeds dig. Does Bravo, star of the show, find the thing? the thing that all Bravo Star of the Show players want to do, where they lay down their hand and tell their opponent, get good.
I would expect to see a lot of blocking early here from Chris. I really think he's going to be on a super defensive plan unless he sees like maybe the perfect opportunity to go for it with the hero power, or if he goes for fused Oakenold maybe without the hero ability.
Okay.
But we'll have to see what kind of disruption he draws and if he wants to use it or just continue to block.
Good to note. And Pistol here coming in for 3 with every shot, with the Plasma Purifier on the field. I think the dice on 5 there is not indicating anything other than
it's just a counter, yeah.
So I don't expect anything from there. And then foregoing an extra shot there to keep that Arsenal target, just like we discussed. Dude, we're FaB. We know exactly what's going on. If you want to know who's going to win this game, just PayPal us. We'll tell you in advance. So
He reloaded his items too, so not only is he set with a 5-card hand, he's also set to pistol several times with Plasma Purifier.
That is a good feeling on the dash side of things, unless our Starvo player can present Starvo here. It doesn't look like he has. Has he? It looks like he's entered into his turn without presenting Starvo. So we'll just be having a standard turn, which can feel underwhelming on Starvo when you're playing draftchaff.deck.
Yeah, he might be missing an attack. He might have the elements, or maybe he's missing one there. It's hard for me to quite see what he's got going on, but...
It does look like he does have lightning, and he did pitch ice here.
Ice, for sure. And I believe he pitched a staunch response as well.
Okay.
I can't quite see the final card in hand. It might be Oakenold.
It might be Oakenold. I know one is Heaven's Claws, so we are looking at Heaven's Claws and Mystery card. We do have Ice Pitch coming in on the Winter's Whale. Chris is such a technical player. And again, shout out Chris, Team Hometown TCG Ascent. He's throwing the Frostbite on top of the Winter's Whale to let his opponent know that the trigger is active. So many players don't do little things like that, and it makes them kind of difficult to play against. But Chris is all in on making this a very clear and clean game, so he deserves a shout out for plays like that.
Yeah, I love it when opponents communicate clearly. I try to do it as well. Seth is doing a great job of it too here, which is great.
100%, and he blocked with Skullcap and a high octane. Is that a high octane block?
I think that is, and I think that's okay because the shield does such a good job of mitigating high octane turns that I think he's really going to be trying to play a little bit slower and set up all 3 max velocities this game if he can, and he's not going to be on the high octane plan simply because the shield exists.
All right, and that's why having guys from Team Hometown TCG Ascent like yourself in the chat, in the booth, commenting with me is so valuable. That is great insight. We got a 0 to 60 here, and I was talking before, everything looks blue, but this might be yellow. I think I'm seeing a yellow 0 to 60.
Yeah, I agree. So I think one other thing that we're going to see Seth do really well here is count and keep track of how many 0-cost boosts that he uses and how many he pitches to guarantee that he has a cheap boost to max velocity later in the game.
That is 100%, and you would love to see what I'm very interested in is if he's keeping count of that and kind of knows the ratios and maybe can see what's coming. When does the second Channel Lake Frigid come down? We see Chris digging through this deck, cycling a bot. If he can time that second Channel Lake Frigid with that big turn, it can be a blowout. We got a Spinal Crush coming through here. So we are throwing a Spinal Crush here, which is undervalued tech. We've seen a Skullcap block. We've seen a Tecla Foundry Heart block already. Oh, we're blocking with Spinal. No, I thought we were throwing Spinal. Dude, I got so hyped. You're wrong. I was wrong. Yes, we're blocking with Spinal Crush. I was like, that is tech. All right, we got a Spinal Crush block. Oh my goodness.
I think, he knows how many threats are in his deck, and he's sort of going to be willing to mitigate damage in this early game, knowing that, he might have those 2 or 3 pulverizes like we were talking about pregame. Yeah. And the Oakenolds and the Cripplings, and he's like, I don't need this one to make it into my second cycle, and it's okay for me just to prevent damage here.
I think you're 100% correct, and I think Starvo, Chris, has pretty much signed on for the long game, while the Dash player, even any boost at all, take the long game out of the equation. The Starvo player has signed up for this grind, so blocking with the Spinal Crush there and committing to, I have 6 to 7 more threats in my deck that will come to light in the long game is probably a good move. All right, so we did push through a damage. It looks like, what? Oh, we moved pitch. Seismic Surge pops. We got the Starvo turn. We're not presenting Starvo, it doesn't look like. All right, and the cycle, it looks like, continues. Very comfortable in this early game, making Seismic Surge, and looks to be swinging Winter's Wail, kind of choosing what to keep. I believe he chooses to keep an ice card here.
Yeah, I think so too.
I believe he keeps an ice card here and doesn't threaten the Frostbite with Winter's Wail. And I think what he kept was Winter's Bite, looking if he can high roll, maybe pick apart that hand. A very interesting keep here from Chris.
Yeah, and this is, so far sort of playing out, I think, as expected. I knew Chris was on a much more defensive Starbro, so he's really trying to slow down the game here and bring it along. And Seth is doing a great job of getting his items out and sending his blue and yellow attacks and sort of also making sure, even though he's boosting, that his deck, as we get later in the game, still has really, really good threats to push through damage.
100%. He's keeping the gas in the tank. He doesn't want to kind of commit everything, play hand by hand and face roll and get blown out in the late game. We're going to see Crown of Siege trigger and pistol here as usual pretty early. How many pistol attacks are we going to see this turn? Let's see what he's on. So we got T-Bone. Is this the tech? Are we going to pull some equipment right now?
Yeah, we're boosting, so it counts itself. So we're definitely pulling at least one equipment block here.
Yes, we are.
Now, interesting thing about the Iron Rot legs is you do not have to pay when you add it to the chain. So it is sort of also a free block here for Chris, which I think Seth is just now realizing that Chris can put that up on the chain for the T-Bone, not pay to have it blocked, so it'll block for 0 here, but then he gets to keep it for later.
Yes. And then Iron Hide legs only are destroyed if they're paid, so you get to throw them up block for free and essentially just gain value and try to mitigate the magnetic shockwave tech.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's pretty huge to actually have those here and have that free block. I've played some decks against Dash with new T-Bone with all armor blocks, no free blocks, and it can be really, really punishing.
It can be, but let's talk about some tech. We just saw the Tome of Findel life gain tech, and there is a max velocity in hand for our Dash player right now.
Let's go.
So the Tome of Findel has come down.
I think this also means now that we have no more misses for boosts in the deck. I think that is the only time we'll find out, unless he sideboarded in Command and Conquer or like another tome or something. I think now we're all mech cards. We've got this max velocity, so I'm ready for Dash to go fast here.
Wow, what if that is true? The life gain on top of digging the max velocity, finding that arsenal target is going to be huge. This Dash has so many complex lines, but I think it's worth mentioning. We see so many people talk about and play this Starvo deck in a way that's just see Starvo effect, play Starvo effect. Chris is slow playing and playing this like, instead of Starvo who's drooling on himself with crayons, he's Starvo with a monocle and a top hat. He is big braining this thing and he is going in, but we do see the Achilles accelerator break here.
Okay, so maybe he wanted to continue his turn after the Tome of Findel. He's already boosted, so he's going to get that action point back and keep going with those cards he drew.
He has already boosted, and we know he's got max velocity in hand. So it looks like he may be trying to say, this is my moment. I've cleared out all my non-boost cards. I'm going in.
It looks like Chris is holding 2 blues here and a Crippling Crush. So he might be looking to try and hold his hand here and use that Seismic to send an undominated Crippling.
An undominated Crippling can definitely swing pace, especially because we're not really set up to weapon attack on the dash side of things. This turn won't end theoretically with a ton of counters on things. If we're breaking Achilles here, we're not going to end with a ton of counters on things. We're not going to, have a lot built up. So that crippling could be pretty devastating. I'd love to see it. Let's see what goes down.
I think it just all depends on how much damage Chris is seeing here and how much he's willing to take to send that crippling.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. But notice, we did break the chain, and we've committed to Spark of Genius. So it feels like Dash might have been on the front foot and is pulling off a little bit and was trying to dig another card out of the Starvo's hand with that Achilles Accelerator. So it looks like
I don't know if we have the third induction chamber or even a second purifier. So I think our only target here might be Teklo Core.
It is Teklo Core. I don't know the list off the top of my head, but regardless of what the list may or may not be, the target is Teklo Core. Teklo Core comes down, and it's a little bit of insurance against that well-timed Channel Lake Frigid that we were just discussing. So it's a little Channel Lake insurance, if you will.
Yeah, it's also a great way to guarantee that you get that max velocity off if you happen to find a couple one-cost boosts to go with your zeros, right? Because you're going to get those free resources that let you just go.
Yep, 100%. He arsenals. It does look like he keeps max velocity in hand. So max velocity doesn't look to be the arsenal target unless there was 2 in hand. And if there's 2 max velocities in hand, I don't know if you make that work. That's a tough get.
Woo! Yeah, that sounds tricky.
So Chris does here decide to go with the Winter's Wail, and I have to say I'm a big advocate for this play. Too many Starvo players leave themselves with an empty arsenal, and one of the most important tools in their deck is Crown of Seeds. Now remember, he's blocked with a couple of his threats already. Not committing to throwing an undominated Crippling Crush can be huge here. I love this play.
Yeah, and I think, again, as much as we want to see a big attack come out from the Starvo, I think we're seeing Chris's dedication to his plan here of, I want to get to my second cycle. I want to see, how much damage I can mitigate as we get there. And, once I hit that second cycle, then I'm going to activate Bravo every turn, right? And the dash better be ready. But until then, I'm gonna be blocking.
The phrase is...
Good call out by Playtime TCG there. The second max velocity was used to block. That's what you do. That's how you fix that hand.
Playtime TCG calling the plays. I'm ruining Bova's entire family apparently right now, but he's a member of Team Hometown TCG Ascent. He's got to know it's coming. That's on him. No, shout out to the Bova family, as I've mentioned before. Awesome to work with. Just a great time. But we keep expecting these big turns, and it seems like it gets bigger. Now we got a Teklo Core on the field. Right? This has got to be it. We see the max velocity.
We've got every item loaded up. I think it's just really dependent on how expensive the boost cards are that Dash is seeing here.
And the only blowout here is if the Starvo player decides to take damage and hold to do the Starvo thing on the big blowout turn. That would be a huge play error. Oh, we got a Sink Below coming through. The red D-Reacts, like you predicted, are coming in.
Free D-Reacts against Go Wide decks are just so valuable because, the block 4 instead of a regular block 3 or block 2 in your deck is just huge value for making sure that you get to see, that deck that you're very carefully pitch stacking.
Yes, 100%. And Sink Below and Fate Foreseen, maybe not so much Fate Foreseen, but definitely Sink Below in the Starvo deck is a very cool piece of tech. It does a lot of what you want to do. I love the call in this
deck. It's like
deck.
another Crown of Seeds effect, right? It lets you replace one of those element cards in your hand to fish for the correct one so that hopefully you can go off and send that really big attack through.
Exactly. And it's important to note, we got the Dash player. Seth is playing great. We've talked about everything he's doing with pitch stacking, with keeping his threats, with making things matter. He's still down 1 life, and we have a Crippling Crush being thrown his way.
I think this is such a good time here for Chris to do this. I think he arsenaled that Crippling, and then he sees Dash load everything up, has the 5-card hand, and he's like, I don't think I want you to have a 5-card hand right now. I'm gonna fling this Crippling, and we see a full block from Dash there.
We see a full block, but the cool part about Teklo Core is Dash is going to be able to come back with something. He's going to be able to at least throw a little bit, and I think Chris here is looking to build up, maybe arsenal some cards, get that Crown of Seeds trigger turned back online, and keep dragging Seth, this Dash player, out to the deep end.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, he can present Starvo and randomly go off, in which case this is the turn to just take some pistol whips.
Yeah, taking, 6 damage here wouldn't be the end of the world. It could theoretically, I guess, be 9 if we didn't reload any items and we just pistoled and used both induction chambers. So.
Okay. So we don't have much as far as the play goes. It looks like we will be blocking the first pistol. The combat chain was broken. I'm assuming we'll throw the shield in front of the second pistol. And Chris, ideally here, will be able to swing Winter's Wail and keep that extremely valuable arsenal card we keep talking about. Let's see what he does. It's so interesting to find out. He might not be able to make Seismic Surge and swing that Winter's Wail, but the arsenal is so valuable, and he does opt to keep the arsenal card to swing Winter's Wail. It doesn't have a Frostbite hit effect, and at this point, see, this is why you show that Seth, the top 8 dash player, is a better dash player than me, because I'm taking that 4 damage all day long. I'm committing my life as a resource, and I'm taking that 4 damage, and I feel myself being dragged out, but that's why he's in the top 8, and I'm sitting in my chair talking about him in the top 8.
For sure. It's so fun to see matches like this where you have 2 really skilled players who understand that we're in for a long, grindy game, and it's all about what resources can they bring to the end of the game to get there. How can we manufacture these big hands? How can we keep gas in our deck? We're sort of only chipping our way down. Nobody's doing anything big or flashy right now, but these are the games of FaB where the really, really good players show just how important blocking is and how important pitch stacking is as they work towards that mid and end games that let them get there and continue on in this top 8.
100%, and this is what one of the core principles of Team Hometown TCG Ascent has been, and the reason why FaB is such a great game while we work through attacks and blocks here is because it lets these great players shine. Skill is such an important part of this game as we see an awakening pitch. Now, remember, we could have been taking damage to set up the awakening, but the awakening is pitched, and it's not just about the Starvo player. Seth on dash is absolutely playing this game masterfully, knowing what's happening. He sees what Chris is trying to do to him, and he's not letting him. He is fighting tooth and nail to keep this gas in his deck and make high quality use of these weapons. I love this gameplay.
Yeah, this is so great. And, we're seeing some attacks at the end of pistol chains that are not boosted to chip damage as well. And, he's going down at parity with this Bravo deck that, is supposedly so powerful and so overwhelming. And he's just ticking right down with it.
This is just watching 2 masters of the craft, dude. This is so cool. Guys, I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. And notice, you mentioned those attacks that are coming in at the end of the combat chain after these pistols. Often, they are blue attacks. We're not expending any energy in the dash deck to chip this damage. We don't mind those blue attacks going away. We don't mind kind of filtering those out. We have some blue pitch that'll be coming back around. We're filtering out the blues that we don't want to see filter back. This is just great play.
Yeah, and I think it's also, to note that Chris is probably noticing this as well, and that's why he's preventing damage right now, and he's like, I'm going to save this awakening for when I do finally start seeing those red attacks, and I actually drop lower because I can't fully block anymore.
100%. The game of cat and mouse is afoot. It is players here that are going back and forth with one another in the highest level of competitive FaB gameplay. He does opt to take damage here, so I wonder, is this the first time we're going to see Starvo triggered?
Maybe.
So we have a Fused Awakening coming through. The first Starvo, it won't be a Starvo trigger, but it's a Fused Awakening coming through. He's going to make 4 Seismic Surge, which he's going to make, oh my god, he's going to make 6, right? Because he fused it. He's 3 life down.
Yeah. That is, I believe, a 6 on that die.
So what is he going to get, though?
So we can get Oakenold, Spinal Crush.
We got Spinal Crush! I was right. See, I didn't miscall the block. I knew Spinal Crush was coming 20 minutes from now. We do get Spinal Crush, which is a ridiculous hit effect for this dash deck. The turning off go again is insane. This is nuts. What a play. I love this play. I don't know if I've ever been more excited for a play. I want to see this Spinal Crush whipped at the opponent, and I want to see Seth dance around this crush. Here it comes. Seth looking at his hand, seeing what's happening.
Here we go.
Yep, was waiting to draw up like a good player. Unlike me, I would have already drawn my 4 cards and been like, oh crap, oh yeah, that's right. I would have gotten to judge called, I would have been thrown out. I'm king casual over here. I know my place. All right, we got Spinal Crush coming in. What are you doing here, Ian? You got Spinal Crush, undominated, nothing crazy thrown at you. What are you doing here?
It's so tough. If you've got a 5-card hand you want to send here, blocking feels really bad. I think I'm looking to block for 6 in whatever way feels best for my hand and my armor, so that I can still have a turn after this, right? I only need to block 6 because I won't take that crush effect. It looks like we might see just the full 9 thrown down there.
Well, Spinal Crush turns off go again, right? Am I correct on
yeah,
that? So it's tough. Like, what are you going to throw back? Even if you block 6 and you take the 3, you got 2 cards back.
You're not taking crush, right? So you still have all your go.
Right, you still have all your go again, but then are you just throwing pistols as much as you can?
Maybe, it just gives you an opportunity to reload everything.
But that's a great point. The opportunity to reload is undervalued. Great point.
But obviously Seth didn't value it there. He values his life total. He's willing to play this long game. So he's like, yeah, I'll throw 3 cards down, no problem.
And we have one of the coolest Starvo plays coming out. I know Chad is going to hate this play, but we have the naked Autumn's Touch play coming through, which just...
When he takes it, we get damage pushed here.
This is a great play from the Starvo player to say, hey, I'm going to present threat without having to waste any of my valuable resources. I get to, kind of chip that damage. So in the late game, my hit effects are more meaningful. And also from the dash player, from Seth, taking that damage, you're using your life total as a resource. You know what Starvo wants to do, and sooner or later you have to pop off. So you're going to have to get a little low. You're going to have to get dangerous.
Oh, for sure. And looks like we got an update in chat on our other semifinal match. Viscera is at 16 and Prism is at 8.
Oh my gosh, that game is going to the deep end too. Does every one of these games go to the deep end? It's insane. I love this Proquest. I love what Dex and Draft and Joey has done. This is great content. I love it.
Ooh,
Hi. Oh, say it. Go ahead.
High Octane, here we go.
Now you told me it wasn't important, and we're dropping High Octane. Let's go.
Well, hey, I mean, if you draw it and you can play it, you might as well go for it, right?
100%. While we're waiting on this block here, guys, I would love to comment at major events. This is something I love to do. I love this game. I love the community. If you guys are super adamant about it, share this on social medias. Let's blow up this feed, and I will reach out. If we get 100 concurrent viewers, I will reach out to Star City Games, Channel Fireball, and LSS. I will show you guys screen cap emails, and I will reach out about commenting at major events or commentating at major events. I will 100% do that because that would be so cool to be able to hang out all weekend and just watch FaB content and hang out with this community.
Especially high-level FaB content, right? So some of these games are so fun to watch.
This game right now, we are getting a Crater Fist block, and this is maybe a little early for a Crater Fist block, but does Chris
this is a big turn. This is a big turn. So
does he have it? Let's see.
Ooh, and it looks like we got another update. The Prism might have rounded the corner and gotten enough auras out that the Viscera is struggling to get there.
Now that Prism list that's being run with heavy auras is gas. We play tested it for the first time last night with a group of locals, and those of you who don't know, who's in the chat right now, John Hometown TCG, who's done a bunch of content, a bunch of videos with Hometown TCG, started this whole thing with me. So we play tested the crap out of that list last night, and it is good. It is scary good, dude.
It is so scary. If it gets that ball rolling with those auras, it can be so hard to get out from underneath it.
Every time I looked over at the table next to me, I was like, how did this board state get here? Like, I have no idea how this happened, but it's insane. Anyway, so we do have a 0 to 60 coming in. Is the high octane, or not, sorry, is the max velocity still in Arsenal?
We also, I think, played a Spark of Genius, and we failed to find, but because we boosted, we drew a card, I believe.
Yep, and gained that action point, which is important. I think he failed to find.
But he did draw a card, and because he had that action point, you know, he can keep going here, which is
right.
Is big.
Right. I think it was just gas to keep going, as I believe what was going on here.
And we're boosting more. We might see that max velocity come out this turn. I'm kind of excited.
Well, it looks like he's closing the chain.
Ooh, dang it. I want to see that big 10 come in.
I do. It's like it's sitting there and it's taunting me. I'm with you, Ian. I want to see it. I want to see it drop, and I want to see it dropped hard. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is.
There it is. Okay. So,
For
and the
12,
Goliath
we're
Gauntlet comes
Gauntlet.
off. Now, I don't believe it has Dominate. I don't believe there was any triggers involved or anything like that. But
that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, and we're going to finally see... I think we're going to see Tectonic Plating, unless he's protecting Tectonic Plating with the no block.
Shield being for 2 years pretty big. We might have a sink in hand, too, which is
we do have a sink in hand, and it looks like we're going to take a little damage to keep cards in hand, and then, like we talked about, keep that ever-valuable arsenal target on Starvo.
Yeah, and I think Chris is also prioritizing hammering or sending some form of attack every turn as well.
100%. I think you're right, and I think what that's doing is it's putting Seth in a weird position where Seth has to decide, is my life total a resource, or am I committed to trying to keep the life totals high and pop off as well myself? It's the Starvo player, Chris, is doing a great job of keeping that in balance in the game, but Seth is dancing around it. But I gotta tell you, look at the deck. Look over at Seth. The deck is starting to look thin.
Yeah, we are starting to run out of cards. We better hope there's another max velocity in there to push another big damage turn.
We're hoping for some of that early pitch that we talked about to be coming back around and be giving us gas here in the late game, but it's looking thin. However, Dash does have these weapons where you can constantly be pitching and cycling. You can pivot into this full pitch and cycle, and maybe Starvo misses the trigger. That can happen.
And this is the big disadvantage with the boost version of the deck, is you don't have the extra third induction chamber. You're missing your 2 plasma purifiers. So when you fight against this Guardian Shield, it's just so much harder than when you could be pistoling for, you know, higher attack values more times, basically, to try and grind them out even through the shield.
100%. The shield is going to really... The shield's going to make its money here, as we say, right? This is where the shield earns its value. This is why this card is important in a lot of these decks. And this reason right here is keeping Stalagmite out of the meta, because this shield is able to play these grindy games into aggro this well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, and even heroes like I was on today, like Chain, you really have to think you're sequencing through and utilize Spellbound Creepers sometimes to push damage past that shield.
You are 100% correct, and that's a great point. It's you have to consider this in deck. The consideration for the shield starts in deck construction, and here we see the Crippling Crush. We know the Dash deck is low, so we're throwing Crippling Crush here, saying, hey, if you want to keep doing what you're doing, if you want to close this out before you run out of cards, you got to defend. And the Dash player says, you know what? I've been dragged out to the deep end too long. I've had it. I'm done with it. Let's go. Takes the full damage on Crippling Crush. Looking to crack back here. What was he left with? The worst part is it's random. He doesn't get to choose.
No, yeah, it is random. Looks like we have an update here from Joey.
Yeah, I threw it in the chat as well, but Prism moves on to the finals. 2 back-to-back, very well-timed ALSs.
Oh, the back-to-back ALS.
Back-to-backs.
Arclight Sentinel, you know, that Prism specialization is so good at making sure your other auras stay in place so you can keep that pressure up when other decks want to knock them down.
No, it's looking real good for John for a moment there, and then, yeah, you just got shut down multiple turns that just let the auras come out and stay out.
And once they get out, once that snowball rolls, it gets so rough.
Yeah.
It can get ridiculous. So, Joey, thank you for the update. And guys, while we have a break in chat here, you need to go over to Decks and Drafts right now, a YouTube channel linked in this video's description, and you need to check out that content. You need to click sub. All of this is made possible because of that stream that's going on Decks and Drafts right now of uncommentated gameplay. Joey is just an awesome member of the community. He builds welcome decks. Awesome dude. I don't want to interrupt gameplay too much, but guys, check out Joey. He is
Thank you so much.
sick.
I'll be back in a bit.
Oh,
And,
crap, he was still there. He heard me talk positively about him.
I was.
Crap. All right, it looks like.
Go ahead.
No, you got it.
Looks like Michael in chat is just mentioning that Slagmite is played in a lot of these Bravo Star decks, and that is true. A lot of them are running it, especially the more aggressive versions of the Bravo deck, because that Slagmite gives a Frostbite, it gives them tempo so that they can keep their hands and try and use the hero ability to push that dominated damage.
So, yeah, I can see that, but I think, and again, we talked about this earlier. Okay, hold on. Before we do anything, Starvo is presenting. He's presenting Starvo for the first time this game. So this deck with Crown of Seeds has enough of an engine to be here and only present Starvo for the first time right now. What is he going to make happen? So he is
We're
throwing...
running out of cards in the dash deck. How big is this attack going to be? Here
this
we
is
go.
a Red Autumn's Touch 4/9 dominated with Go Again and 2 cards left in hand, so the Starvo player can follow up with a Winter's Wail. Wow, what a timely attack. Those Red Earth attacks are undervalued in this deck. And also Chris, with a little bit of a flex there, when he activates Starvo, flipping over to show the full art cold foil side.
Yeah, that
kind of a baller move.
Snazzy.
A little bit of a baller move right there, ladies and gentlemen. So I think we got a question. Seth is asking about how many threats have been used, what's going on. The dash deck is looking thin, but like we said, we're in this point. Dash deck draws up full deck. Oh, no.
I think we're only a handful of cards. I think we might be out of gas. Oh, here goes
might be out of gas. We presented Starvo.
The second cycle that we were so defensive to reach.
We're seeing sexy Bravo. He flipped it up. We're seeing the full art sexiness.
Yeah, and here we go. We hit the second cycle of the deck, and now just...
We presented with Crown of Seeds. Do we have nothing to play after the presentation?
Oh.
Okay, well, at least we have something.
I think we might have whiffed.
We did not. We throw Evergreen.
Okay, we found it.
We have a dominated attack. I thought for a second we were going to whiff. And that is the game, ladies and gentlemen. Starvo takes it over Dash, but not without the Dash player, Seth, playing a masterful game, knowing what the Starvo player was doing, pulling this all the way around and doing their absolute best to keep things close. The life totals aren't going to reflect the skill that was represented in this matchup.
It's so tough when the Bravo Star deck decides to be defensive and you don't have that item package. Your life just gets so hard. So great job, Seth, for playing that one out.
And Seth finishes high on a relatively unheard of deck, running Dash into the top 8 through a ridiculously competitive field. So huge shout out to Seth. And not only that, guys, this is what we talked about earlier in chat. This is, and I'm going to say it a million times before the stream is over, this is the difference between playing Starvo with drooling on yourself and crayons in your hand and playing Starvo with a monocle and a top hat and big braining this game. Chris didn't just play hand by hand. He took this game he took a plan into this game and he crushed it. So well played. Shout out to everyone. And it looks like we got Joey back in here. Does that wrap up every game in this round?
That wraps up to every game. I'm gonna quickly kind of mention one of the things I'm really liking about Starbro is that there are multiple versions of them, and that's not something I'm used to kind of seeing that much in meta. And I really appreciate that. I've seen like 2 or 3. But anyway, I didn't come in here for that. I came in here for kind of a silly update that nobody actually knew was going on. Nobody knew what was going on, but Lexi takes UPF, knocks out KO and Azalea in Ultimate Pit Fight. That's all I got. Azalea did knock out KO with a Remorseless that KO forgot about and blew himself up from it.
That is
ladies and gentlemen, Lexi, Ultimate Pit Fight champion official, right here on Hometown TCG and Decks and Drafts. My camera is so excited it went blurry for Lexi.
Yeah, KO went 12 dominate. Remember that he had Remorseless, so that 1 health killed him before the 12 dominate happened.
Oh no. Oh no.
Anyway.
Brutal.
That's what we got going on. So my Azalea got 1 kill. It wasn't my Azalea, but Azalea got 1 kill. Anyway, we're gonna give the guys just a quick break and whatnot, and we will finish this bad boy.
100%. Let's go back. So Ian, you and me are full screen right now. I brought you back in. The guys are cleaning up the match. What a match we just watched, and we are set up for a ridiculous final.
Yeah, we're gonna have this very defensive Bravo Star, the show deck that's looking to try to get a second cycle against a very heavy Aura Prism deck that also has a great late game plan. And if you let those auras get out of hand, ooh, you're in for some trouble.
So the question is, you have a second cycle Starvo deck that's looking to drag its opponent out to the deep end and try to finish him off with limited resources. However, the antithesis, the hero in the anti-Starvo story, is going to be this Prism deck that kind of wants the same thing. This Prism deck that wants to be dragged out to the deep end. They want things to go slow. They got the D-reacts. They have all the auras. What do you think the key is for the Starvo deck to get the win?
I think very good use of blinks to keep auras in check is going to be super, super important.
So I keep interrupting because I'm terrible because I brought John in.
Well, I'm gonna let him take the seat.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have John, starring member, awesome dude of Team Hometown TCG Ascent, has been piloting Viserai masterfully all day. Let's give him a shout out in chat. Welcome, John, to the stream. John, how'd the last round go? Spoiler alert, I already know how it went, but it seems like you had a couple bad beats.
So, I mean, as much as I like your company, Josh, I quite frankly wish I was not in here right now, but I lost a teammate. Michael Lau on Prism took me out. Very, very close game. A lot of back and forth. He kind of assembled Voltron with Prism. And then, just when I thought I had him, he had back-to-back Arclight Sentinels.
So we did hear about the back-to-back Arclight Sentinel update. Joey, dropped that in on us, and that was some... I knew as soon as that chat came through, it wasn't looking good. And to boot with that, you're having a rough day, because just like me, you aged yourself with the Voltron reference. You made it, and I laughed, so we're both officially old. But what do you think about the matchup? Was there any inflection point that could have been played differently, or was it just a plan of both players played well, and that's just how the game shook out?
Yeah, so I went aggro Viserai. Prism is the only matchup that I don't OTK into in the current meta. And they just... You can't reliably block out all their auras. Like, it's just really tough if you go OTK. So having a more disruptive plan with Reek of Corruption and Pummel and things like that is very important, because Prism really needs those cards in hand. Like, sometimes you can grab a surprise yellow at the end, and then they either don't have something to pitch to, or they don't have the yellow in hand to come in with their full suite of auras. So that's generally the plan. Unfortunately, in this matchup, did not go so well. I did not draw very many Reeks or Pummels in the match. And I did get up to 8 Rune Chants and had a little mini Sonata.
We heard about the mini Sonata turn. It was a surprise, knowing that you had been on OTK most of the day into most matchups.
Yeah, since I'm not running the yellow Read the Runes or any of the Reduce to Rune Chants or a lot of the defense reaction package into the matchup, having 8 Rune Chants is great. That's like the top end of your variants for the most part. So I decided to go off, but I only got 1 hit. So that was pretty rough. Like, I needed, I think, at least 2, and I could have presented enough damage to actually... Because he was at 3 at the end of the game, so it was very, very close. So if I just had a little bit better luck on the Sonata, a little bit better luck on drawing the cards that were important in the matchup, or if he would have played a little bit worse, I think I could have got there. But Michael's a really good player. This is now his second Proquest that he's made it to the finals. He did end up losing to Lightning Lexi last time, but now he's going against Starbro, and I think he has a little bit, he's a little bit more comfortable with that matchup. The Lightning Lexi deck kind of came out of nowhere. It's kind of taken the internet by storm.
It took me by storm, just so you know.
So this one, he's very practiced on it, so... I don't want to say who I think is going to win one way or another. Since they're both
just say it and let the teammates yell at you later.
So he's got to win for pride, right? Like, the guy that beats you, you got to root for if they're both your buddies. So.
That way you lost to the champ. So you did mention something sneaky in there. You mentioned that this is a all Team Hometown TCG Ascent final. So members of Team Ascent right now battling it out for the top spot. Is it weird to have to celebrate one of them and kind of tell the other one, close but no cigar?
Right? I mean, definitely. And fun fact, in this top 8, Team Hometown TCG only lost to Team Hometown TCG. That is official now.
I will
There are
not
4 of us
excuse
that
your
did-
loss that just happened. I'm not going to give
Yep.
it to... That is awesome. That is sick.
I beat Easton in the first round. He's on the team, and then Michael took me out. And no matter who wins this one, it's going to be taken out by the team. So we had a little bit of a bumpy start, but I feel like this Proquest we did very well as a team, and it was very exciting. I see Joey's in here.
Yeah.
Do you have a stream for us? Are we ready to go? See that
No.
finals?
Not yet. We're gonna give Chris an opportunity to just hang the headphones for a couple minutes, as
Sounds
he
good.
does in between rounds. Just setting up everything right now, but I figured to stop in and say hi. I'll let you guys know as soon as that stream gets going. I'll give you guys like the 2 minute cue.
So Joey,
Um,
I do want to go ahead and ask you before you go.
I'll jump in.
Is
I'll
there
jump
an
in on the phone.
Is there an opportunity, and ask the winners of the last match if they want to come in and talk about their upcoming finals match? However, if they don't, just like the winners of any match, there's no pressure. If they want to just chill in the corner, do whatever they want to do, but to give them the opportunity, I'd love to put them on camera, and if not, they're welcome to chill and get ready.
Yeah, I'll ask them if they want, and then I'll also ask them if they would care to kind of download afterwards. I know that we all want to see when the world that gold foil is, so we have to show you that. We have to show you
You gotta
that.
flip that on stream, right?
You gotta flip- I think
we
we
got it.
can-
I think we got it.
The Snapdragon
Yeah,
scale
but I mean,
last
you'll be,
time.
you'll be on this. It won't be in this room. It'll probably just be on that stream.
Yeah.
So you guys will
Guys,
get to watch it one time.
If that is a gold foil Snapdragon scalers, I'm
You already
gonna
had
lose
it.
my mind.
Yeah, those are last one, right?
And then also, if you wanted to bring Seth back in after losing that last match, while the other people, whoever you want to bring in, let me know. But for now,
Yeah.
John, I gotta know. We talked a lot about the hometown TCG Team Ascent field, right? What about some of the other players? Is there anything that you saw in this Proquest this week that kind of surprised you, caught you off guard, or did it shake out kind of as you guys, as Team Ascent, expected?
So we expected a meta of Bravo Star of the Show, Prism, Viserai, Lexi, because that's popular locally, and Chain.
Okay.
And those were the most played decks this weekend, so we were pretty much accurate on that. But big call out to Seth, right? Who just lost in the semis. This is his second Proquest in a row that he has made top 8 with Dash, which is a hero that I think a lot of people in the community have written off. But he had some spicy tech. When I played him, I beat him in the Swiss. But he had T-Bone into Meganetic Shockwave, which required me to block with all 4 of my equipment pieces after some boosts. So he got my creatures, he put a counter on Skeletta, and if he does that again, no more Skeletta. So that was quite the spice. And actually, yeah, here's Seth. We're gonna hand off.
Hold on, John. Don't leave. First of all, before you go, let me see your beautiful face one more time. To one old guy to another. Don't leave yet. I just want to shout out working with Team Ascent and creating this entity, this Team Hometown TCG Ascent, happened because early on I had the chance to meet you, Ian, and a couple of the other guys, and I just want to give you a shout out for being such an awesome member of the community, an awesome member of the Hometown TCG Discord. You guys are you're great people, you're great players, and I just appreciate you, and you had a solid freaking run. I know last weekend at ProQuest things didn't go your way. You turned it around, you made your adjustments. So again, huge shout out to you, dude. Thank you so much for everything you do for the team, for the community, and I just appreciate you so much.
I'm gonna pad the bill. I'm padding the bill real quick.
Let's go.
Fun little fact: the very outside of Colorado Springs, beginning of 2021, only one store in Colorado was running Flesh and Blood. We took a place called Dueling Land in April, on April 1st, actually. That was our very first learn to play. The very first other store that took a chance on this. And it's this guy right here that helped keep those events running because I was an hour and a half, if not 2 hours away from them. He kept that alive, kept that momentum going, and now I can comfortably say we have more stores playing Flesh and Blood than we had people in the Facebook group at the beginning of 2021.
Dude, it's members of the community like that. It's the members of that's what makes you guys so special. You're not just great players, you're awesome members of the community. So dude, that was great. So shout out to you. I know you've had a grindy day. I'm sure you want to unwind, maybe have a beer of your own. which, you know, I'm rubbing in Joey's face. He's Decks and Drafts, and I'm having all the drafts. So, you know, I'm just rubbing that in his face.
I'm getting your address. I'm sending you a pint glass. I'm sending you a Decks and Drafts pint glass.
My wife made me one with my name on it. Ooh,
nice.
That's fine.
But no, I can't wait. If you send me a Decks and Drafts pint glass, you know that we have to do a stream and have a drink. So, John, shout out to you. Absolutely. Go ahead and go relax with your teammates. Thank you so much, dude. You
I'll
rock.
be back for the finals, but we got to get Seth in the hot seat now.
Oh, let's
Everybody
go,
wants
Seth.
to talk to the Dash Man genius over here.
Okay, chat. Real quick, before Seth sits down, before we get started, Joey, I'll let you go in a second. I want chat. We asked for what game, and Joey was here for this. We asked what game you guys want to see, and chat blew Seth up. So this is your chance, guys. It's like medieval times up in here. Your champion went to battle. Blow this man up in chat. Running Dash into the top 4 of a high level Proquest. Let's blow Dash up. Let's blow Seth up. And Seth, how you feeling, dude? How was it?
Honestly, it feels.
All you guys, cheers.
It feels really good to see Chris back in that big seat. I know he's been working real hard to like get that PTO, like all the way since back in Florida. Like we've been like really cheering him on to get that position. So it's really good to like. I don't feel bad about that game at all. I feel like I played it fairly well.
You got to watch the stream back, man. We were just, the way you both were playing that game, you knew the game situation, you knew what was going on, and even though it didn't go your way, you were playing masterfully. You guys were both, it was high-level gameplay. You love to see it.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's unfortunate that the shield is like really good against me, but
really good.
You know, yeah, it's really hard because when I go against, I have to high roll my max velocity turns.
Yep.
And then I can't overroll because then the awakening cracks back harder than my max velocity. So you saw there for a couple turns where we're like trading 1 to 2 life points, kind of like with pistols and just like me blocking out. It's just like I can't let our life disparity get too far, or I'm just gonna get rolled.
100%. I think you did a great job of that. You did some of your plays early, throw in blue attacks and trying to keep your opponent, maybe chip away some damage while chipping, keeping a lot of your gas in your deck, trying to get to that second cycle against an Oldhim that wants to drag you out into the deep end, and then leaning into those pistols. The way you've had turns to go gas, 5-card hand, arsenal, lots of boost, maybe a pistol shot, into pivoting, loading your pistols, shooting a couple attacks, getting that arsenal target, using your life and armor as a resource, and then getting back on the front foot was a pleasure to watch. It was so cool to watch you. Do you got any shout outs or anything you want to make before you get to go finally have yourself? You're a high school student. You're already, just absolutely crushing. So you're not going to go have a beer like us old guys, but I'm sure you're going to go relax and blow off some steam. So do you want to shout anyone out? Anything you want to say to the people watching? Any fans you got?
Yeah, shout out to Team Advantage. We've been doing the last couple like events just together. Jay and Gerard, they're really big guys in my community, and they're my test partners. Really big shout out to those guys.
All right, dude. Thank you so much for the awesome gameplay you gave us and for the interviews. I appreciate your time. And man, relax. You earned it. Way to crush this weekend.
Appreciate it. Have a nice night.
You too, dude. Let's go.
Wow, that was great timing.
That was great timing. We got Joey back with us. Joey, what's going on? Hit us with the updates, dude.
We are like seconds from starting. I came here to basically deliver John.
Oh my!
That's what I got. We're gonna get going.
We get to riff off each other for the finals now.
Oh wait, you already did a finals, didn't you, guys? Ladies and gentlemen in chat, John has already commentated a finals, so I'm out. I'm less experienced. I'm less good looking. I'm taller. I got that. I'm taller. Gosh darn it! And my background's cooler. Real quick before he leaves, this is all brought to you by Decks and Drafts. Joey himself, right in frame. Before every round, I want you guys to know this live stream is his live stream from this game store. He's an awesome member of the community. He helps intro players. Excited players alike. He just got to 400 subs. If you haven't subbed to Decks and Drafts, there's a link in this video's description. Click the link, go to his YouTube channel. You gotta sub. It's great content. Thank you so much, Joey.
Yeah, you bet. Absolutely. I'll come back to kind of debrief the rest of it, bring in our final 2, but in the meantime, I've got a top 2 to start. So have fun, enjoy, everybody. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Thank you, John, for rocking the mic. He's amazing. Have fun. It's gonna be great. Be right back. I'm not gonna be back. What the hell am I talking about? I gotta go judge.
Judge!
I'm gonna be back, except I'm gonna be back on the field, John. This is just an awesome experience. We've got to see some crazy high-level gameplay in the finals. We have Starvo and Prism. And before we get into real deck analysis and how the game's going to play out, we got to point out it's an all-team hometown TCG Ascent finals. Team Ascent, filling up the finals. That's got to make you feel kind of good, dude.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Michael and Chris are both great guys. They also don't have PTIs right now. So this means one more person in the Pro Tour for sure from the team, no matter what happens in the match. So I'm super excited that one of these guys is going to bring it home for the team.
Well, dude, let's get into it. We got gameplay. These guys are setting up. We have Michael on the left on Prism. We got Chris on the right on Starvo. Guys, if you're in the chat, if you like what we're seeing, if you like the commentary, share this with your friends. This is the freaking finals. Let us blow this thing up. We got the finals. We got high-level gameplay. We got high-level commentary from John, and I'm here too. We got a lot of stuff going on. Let's break this down. John, what do you expect to see here?
So I actually think this is going to be Starvo's going to have to be pretty aggressive to win this one. He's going to have to come out swinging. We're going to see how many dominates with that hero activation Chris gets. But I will say, Chris's list does not run the same density of lightning cards that somebody like Jay's deck. I don't know if people were watching in the final Swiss round where he just used 4 Oakenolds against me in the same game. But Chris has a greater density of threat cards and a little bit lighter on lightning. So if we see a whole bunch of lightning cards in his hand early, that's going to be bad for Chris. And if we see that Michael starts to, as I said before, assemble Voltron, it's going to be a little bit hard for Starvo to pop that. We got the fist bump for both players. Great sports on both these guys. So Michael, on the other hand, I think is definitely going to be on the Aura plan in this matchup, as his Heralds are very easily popped by this deck. So I think he's going to be pretty defensive while trying to put those Auras down.
All right, so it looks like we're kicking off here. We do notice the Tunic coming back in for Starvo. We did notice last game it was the Tectonic Plating, but I think we're less worried about that here. And oh my goodness, Chris has presented Sexy Bravo. Turn 0 has turned over the hero character, has presented Sexy Flexy Bravo to his opponent and wants to smack him down. What do we want to see here? I'm assuming we want to see something like an Autumn's Touch. We don't want to use too much gas on turn 0, but we want to push through some damage.
I mean, Chris ideally is going to throw the biggest card he has in hand because he wants that free damage, but it's probably going to be Autumn's Touch yellow. We know that's a legal target in his hand. Yep, there it is.
And we will block 3. It looks like we're going to take damage. There's no defense reactions coming in as of this moment. There is Go Again on here, but we know Chris wants to keep that Arsenal target. And how much do you want to let Michael on Prism filter that hand?
Even though, so one thing about Prism is if he flashes in one of his 4-cost light auras, Chris wants that action point to be able to pop it. So I think there is no chance Chris swings Hammer here. I think he arsenals. Oh, is that a Channel Lake Frigid?
A Channel Lake Frigid. The problem with dropping Channel Lake Frigid turn 1 is you've committed to, I want to gas.
Yeah.
And if you miss the high roll, you can point out. Also, an interesting point pointed out in chat by Fanina, the altar on the Prism card is incredible. And do we know who did that altar so we can shout them out?
Michael knows. I will ask him after this match so we can do a little plug. But I think it's the same person that does all the really nice, high-quality FaB altars.
Is it Fry the Eggs, maybe?
I think it is Friday Eggs.
We'll hold back on shouting out, but exactly what you pointed out just happened. It looks like the Prism player did try to drop a Genesis, which would have been a great play, but Chris was smart enough. Hold that Go Again. Hold that action point and wait. Yeah. He stared him down and said, do it. I dare you. And he did it. So we're able to clear a Genesis.
Yeah, that's huge for Chris. Prism being able to get that first aura in play on the first turn is a really big game. Ooh, Herald of Erudition.
So
okay,
we got Herald of Erudition here. It is important to note it's not as difficult to block when staring down Rampart and Crown of Seeds as options. The scary part is, if you get caught in that Starvo idea of presenting Starvo, you want to keep this hand, you could take way too much damage. So I'm hoping to see a block here. We should see a Crown activation. What do you think? This is a lot of time spent on this.
Chris is the type of player that's going to be defensive in this situation. If he has a popper, I think he's going to throw it. Maybe if he has like Oakenold Fuse plus Bravo activation, he wouldn't. But interesting. Okay, so he's fishing for more information here,
and that's always a really great point. And you weren't here for this. I've called Chris playing Starvo. You always hear the Starvo. I'm playing while drooling on myself with crayons in my hand. Chris plays Starvo with a monocle and a top hat. This is big brain Starvo. This is not playing hand by hand. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing the Crown of Seeds trigger, so you have all of the information before you make any decision. You'll love to see it.
Exactly. And Chris, ideally, you want a Crown of Seeds on your opponent's turn to prevent that 1 damage, even if you're going to pop the Herald. Because in theory, there can be a go again on this, so having the 1 prevention shield is better now. It gives you more information. It's looking like we may be going the hard way here.
My goodness. We are presenting armor already on Herald of Erudition. And a pummel from hand. There's a pummel in the Starvo list. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing here? I've never been this excited for this upcoming Starvo turn. What's going on, John? Walk me through it.
So, we did end the turn with Haze Bending. That is the get extra shields aura. I think you're going to see that a lot from Michael. He's going to play these 0-cost auras at the end of the turn to very slowly build that board. So as long as he's pulling cards from Starvo's hand, I think he's going to be pretty happy with the result of that turn. He knows that Erudition is not actually going to hit. All right, so we do have a Starvo activation.
We are presenting Starvo, so that explains the early equipment block. We've presented Starvo, and it feels like Chris is playing this game much differently. He knows that the multiple auras sitting out there can be a problem, and he's looking to present threats early.
Yeah.
And can we talk one more time about the and Michael moves it over, is like, hey, aren't you sure you wanted your big dominate attack? Don't you want to attack this aura? Michael's baiting it out there. The sexy Starvo is shown. We're gonna get an evergreen thrown at the face.
This is just one of those turns where it's just not very exciting what you're forcing through here. I mean, 7 undominated. It wouldn't surprise me if Prism.
Oh, this is dominate. He did present Starvo, so you're presenting dominated 7.
Yeah. You're right. 7 dominated. Oh, there's the Soul Shield. Ooh. Now, that is rough.
It's rough. However, I am an advocate. I'm a big advocate of this play. Early on in this game, both players know it's going deep. We're using Evergreen to get valuable resources like Soul Shield. And while Michael will get an advantage here, being able to put something in Soul and possibly make a Spectral Shield, it is nice to know. Oh, I paused the stream. It is nice to know that we're getting those resources from the Prism player using maybe lower value Earth cards.
Yeah, if I'm Chris here, I am thrilled to see that Soul Shield block. That means Soul Shield is not coming out of Arsenal to block Oakenold or Crippling Crush or Spinal Crush, or Terra Sunder. He doesn't run Terra Sunder's list, but all of these kind of high impact cards, I would be thrilled.
You're so happy to see kind of you traded resources there, and the resource you traded, you're not really as excited about as maybe a Soul Shield. So you'll love to freaking see it. Now we do have a Wartune Herald blue coming back, and this is the beautiful dance, right? You don't want this Prism to build up this soul. As they build up the soul, it enables a yellow pitch, it enables a lot of things that the Prism player wants to do. So Chris on Starvo has a very interesting decision to make here. No Crown of Seeds trigger active, nothing to hold on to. You don't want to throw too many of those threats to be popping blue auras for the late game. What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's such great analysis, because in the late game, once Michael has several auras in play, it can often be difficult to have something to pitch your yellow to. So every card in Soul is another turn you get to go wide with those auras.
100%. And we do see Blizzard coming down here, letting the attack hit, and taking away the go again. Michael valuing the Arsenal target over making the Spectral Shield, which I think is a good call.
Yeah, if I'm Michael, I don't really care too much about making Spectral Shields at this point in the game. You really want to start getting some of those other zero-cost auras, like your slivers of silver, the things that'll start pumping those shields before you really make them. Because like we were just talking about, you want to have that pitch target to be able to get a yellow into your pitch zone for that later game.
Exactly, and it's important to note that we have seen, I believe, a haze bending, has it been so far? That we saw one popped already.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the better ones, honestly.
Yep. So we do have a Winter's Wail coming in. It can be blocked with one card and throwing the Spectral Shield away. So the Prism can keep a large hand here, but it's important to note, with a deck that runs a lot of defense reactions, a lot of stuff that maybe plays on the back foot, you might not necessarily want to throw that Spectral Shield away. There's a good opportunity to see a full block and keep the shield here. Still thinking, both these players in the tank, wow. Wow, we see Soul Shield. We're seeing Michael put a large priority on building up that soul, and we see second Soul Shield on turn 3 coming through. Chris has got to be ecstatic.
Yeah, I am really surprised by that Soul Shield play. I'm very interested to see what is in Michael's hand.
I am with you 100%. It doesn't seem like something you throw away. However, we have to remember, both these players know what they're doing. That wasn't done by accident. So it looks like we're presenting Spectral Shield Poke. Is that true?
Yeah, there's a 0% chance that there's not something being flashed in that's going to put an aura in that pitch zone here.
I 100% agree with you. It's like Lexi throwing unbuffed Bolton Shot. Rain arrows or lightning press is coming. All right, so we got Crown of Siege trigger. We're pitching to make second Spectral Shield.
All right.
Makes sense so far. Very interesting play, but like you said, knew that there was something coming, and we see a high priority aura like you talked about. Go ahead and walk us through this aura we're seeing.
Yeah, so this one is very important in the matchup. It turns all of your attacks into non-phantasm attacks. So all of those big poppers that Bravo Star of the Show has, you gotta block like a normal person now, instead of just relying on those pops. So you're gonna see some pretty good heralds. Ooh,
and we are
Pulse of Candlehold. That is huge. If Chris can hold that in hand, he can really set up a sequence of really powerful turns here.
And he doesn't, but however, he throws a dominated pulverize and flexes at his opponent. He throws a flex onto the table with a 16 damage dominated pulverize. Let's go. Do you think the flex was needed or was it extra?
I don't think Chris would ever do that except against a teammate, but you gotta flex when it's pulverized for 16, right?
Not only do you have to flex, but these are two players duking it out, and this is the biggest pulverize I think I've ever seen during live gameplay. What a throw! He's got go again, and nothing to pop that aura sitting out there, but man, 16 damage is it's intimidating to stare down.
Let's go. The races.
The unmovable counter on the big pulverize. He will lose shields, but there was an unmovable to mitigate as much of this damage as possible. Wow. Holy smokes, this Starvo game. The Starvo v Prism matchup is popping off way faster than the Dash matchup. We've seen a pulverized throw, no Arsenal target, draw up. We did see a pummel pitch there, so pummel's being brought in this matchup to disrupt the hand. Like you, John, pointed out earlier, I'm interested to see if we get to the point where those pummels can second cycle and make a difference.
Yeah, they're blues also, so there's not the biggest downside to running them, of course, is they're not an Earth, Ice, or Lightning card. But the way Chris plays this deck, he doesn't have as many of those Bravo activations that a lot of the other ones do. He plays this more like a traditional Guardian, honestly.
That does. He does seem to drag players out, and again, it's the big brain Starvo plays. It's saying, hey, I know if I can get to the late game, my thing is better than your thing. So I'm going to try to get to the late game. I'm going to block efficiency. I'm going to keep these life totals high and try to maintain control of this board state. However, we've seen Prism is starting to take over the board.
Yeah, we have both a haze bending, which means every aura popped is now a shield, and the the remove phantasm card. I mean, the haze bending especially is a really devastating card if you allow them to build up. Ooh, Channel Lake Frigid. Okay.
Channel Lake Frigid, a high value target in this matchup, kind of turning off a lot of what the Prism wants to do, and at least mitigating damage while Chris digs. The weird part is there's a moment to interact with this Channel Lake Frigid. Do we see a high value aura dropped on the field in response?
I'm having fun here.
The aura plan just looks so bad when that Channel Lake Frigid is in play. However, because all of Michael's Herald attacks are losing Phantasm, well, all of his Phantasms are losing Phantasm, we may see a little bit of a switch in priority from attacking with lots of auras to coming in with those Heralds now that they can't be popped. He might see this as a window to change his game plan if his hand allows for it.
Now, that would be an interesting switch. It makes Michael more vulnerable to drawing those dead defense reaction and maybe aura-heavy hands and defense reaction, but it does have the opportunity to present a ton of pressure. The stream just reset there for a second, so not sure what was going on, but glad nothing broke. Hopefully we're still alive. Sorry, didn't mean to get distracted, but I thought for a second we went down, and I was like, not in the finals!
So we did see Chris realize that haze bending is a huge priority in this matchup, and if you can get those popped before they get stacked up, you really take a lot less pain from the shields that get created. So
Yes.
We're seeing very disciplined play from Chris here, not trying to force through that damage. He's going to wait. He's going to pick his moments when he happens to pulverize for 16, and he's just going to play this nice and slow, block and try to minimize that damage, pop the auras that are the most effective, and say, okay, what you got now that all your stuff costs one more?
100%. So this is a War Tune Herald without Phantasm, with Go Again, but no pitch floating. So we're in a very weird moment here. Both effects being kind of negated by one another. It's interesting to see. And you made a point that the Prism player is trying to pull these heralds out, and you gotta pop these haze bendings and things before they get out of control. However, I think the Prism player is just aiming for that ridiculous board state that even the 16 damage dominated Pulverize can't overcome, and we're part of the way there. If I'm Chris, I'm a little nervous about the board state. I know I have to pop an aura again, but he took the damage, no block, gave up that soul, which leads me to believe he's sitting on something spicy.
We got a big turn coming. Oh, look. We're pitching Arclight Sentinel to come in with that Spectral Shield.
Wow, and we dropped another aura on the field. We did pitch Arclight Sentinel, but remember, Arclight Sentinel, guys, in this matchup is kind of a weird card because you can't respond to Starvo Trigger. It puts you in a real weird spot.
Now, that's Pierce Reality, I believe. That's the Goliath Gauntlet to your first Illusionist attack, attack action card, I should say, every turn. So, with the other card in play, you could see a Herald of Erudition that gets through.
Wow, and we are throwing a dominated and fused Oaken Old with no Starvo Trigger here, with Channel Lake Frigid on the field. So, we have one ice card. We've shown a second ice card. If the mystery card in Arsenal is Pummel, we can cause a blowout here, peel apart the hand, keep Channel Lake Frigid alive. Tell me that's what our Starvo player Chris is going for.
I mean, it's kind of weird. The turn that you're taking their whole hand, your Channel Lake Frigid's in play an extra turn. So it's a little bit of anti-synergy, and you have dominated them too hard on this particular turn to get your full value. But I think there's no chance that the hammer doesn't come in and pop an aura here. Like, even if Michael has... Well, I will say this. If Michael has yellow immovable in Arsenal, that plus the 2 shields will, I believe, be a full block on this Oakenold. So we could potentially see no effect on this.
Wow, and we are seeing the Ironhide Gauntlet play. So we're getting 2 block with 2 pitch floating, and that magic 2 pitch floating, you know what's coming. We are going to make, as we have been told to call it, a shieldy boy. We will be making a shieldy boy, and we will be preventing damage. Here is the 3rd copy. Third copy of Soul Shield. There it is. 3rd copy of Soul Shield coming down to full prevent this Oakenold.
It's only for 9. So 1 shield. However, I will.
All right.
Hold on. He said, however, I will. Is he digging for Blink
What you can go for here, yeah.
or Pummel?
Fishing for the pummel. That was so
Michael knows he's fishing for the pummel. Does he find it? Ladies and gentlemen, moment of truth. Does not find the pummel. Close. It's fun when both players know he's fishing for the pummel. He's digging. He wants it, but he can't quite find it.
I named each of them. There's 9 of them. They all have a name.
We are a game between friends. We have moved on to naming our spectral shields. Oh my goodness. Isn't that true? Fellow member of Team Hometown TCG Ascent, has Michael named all of his spectral shields?
They all have individual names, is my understanding. I don't keep track of what each of them are. I just try to murder them all as soon as they come into play. But
which shield has killed you most? Is it Bob, Bill, or Jeremy?
We'll have to get Michael in here after the match and find out.
100%. So we've thrown in Oakenold. It's kind of been mitigated. Life totals are still high. We've seen Oakenold. We've seen we've seen Oakenold and Pulverize. With life totals this high, it feels like Chris might be in a tough spot. We're dragging Chris out to the deep end. The Starvo player is mitigating as much damage as possible. Managed to keep Channel Lake Frigid around a second turn. However, we're not feeling good about the board state. We're not feeling great about the life totals. I'm interested to see how this plays out. We have 1 poke coming through. We will Crown of Seeds. Can we Starvo thing? We're digging. The Crown of Seeds has been run out there. We still have Rampart of the Ram's Head activation, which we will see here going down to 1 pitch. I can't imagine we lose a card to block anything else. Why was there not a 3rd attack?
You gotta pay 1 for each of them because of that Channel Lake Frigid.
Because of that Channel Lake Frigid. There it is. Thank you. That's why we love having you here, because you pick up on the things I miss. We are presenting Starvo. So Starvo is doing the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We are flipping over. We are showing the sexiest of sexy Bravos in all of its cold foil glory. We are throwing 2nd Oakenold. Unfused? No, unfused. Unfused? What? Okay.
So,
sure. Fuse. Is there a reason to throw unfused there? I'm very confused.
I think there's maybe some consideration as to what was being pitched there.
100%. I'd maybe pitch stacking, maybe dragging out, but regardless, this did get fused, which means it's coming in for 11 dominate, peeling apart the hand. Looks like we're going to sacrifice and let go of Channel Lake Frigid here.
To be clear, I think, so if we could turn down Josh a little bit, that would help. And then you just watch your volume carries a little bit too.
Yeah. Can we get Joey? I can figure this out.
I can also move the microphone away from my face and stop shouting, but I am just so excited, guys. This gameplay is so hype. It is ridiculous. But yes, do what you got to do on your end to turn me down. I know we have had echo issues in the past, but guys, those of you in chat have to know we set this up in like 30 minutes at the very last second. So shout out to Joey, shout out to Dex and Draughts for making this happen. This has just been awesome. We are throwing a block here. We will be eating shields, and a Parable of Humility was dropped. So the interesting part here is, while we're going to take more damage on Prism, the Parable was dropped on the field, so it looks like the Hammer Swing has to go after something. Yes, got to get headphones for John. We didn't plan on this, guys. We will definitely have headphones, but we're up to 70 viewers, and remember, at 100 concurrent viewers, I will post a screenshot of reaching out to Channel Fireball, Star City Games, and LSS themselves about live commentating events. I would love to hang out and chat FaB and talk all day long. So share this with your friends, share this with anyone you know in the community, and let us know what you think of the gameplay. But until then, only took 5 damage from that Fused Oaken Old. That's 3 threats out of the deck. We're dragging out to deep water. It looks like we're Crown of Seedsing. We're digging. Can we Starvo? 3 turns in a row. Chris digging, looking to do the thing, eating the shield pop or shield poke with the Crown of Seeds. Are we presenting Starvo? We are. Sexy Bravo has been shown. It's been flipped over. Michael is sick of looking at the cold foil deliciousness in front of him, showing Sexy Starvo. And we do have a Red Autumn's Touch in hand. We have to slow down our threats a little bit. And man, what a good time to have that. We need to start chaining off some of these attacks. We need to look to go back to back to back if we're the Starvo player. But John, if you're the Prism player, what are you looking for here? What's scaring you the most?
So right now, the life totals are actually pretty close. The biggest trick here is there's a lot of gas left in Starvo's deck. Chris runs Crippling Crush. Chris still has Oaken Olds left. Or Oaken Old.
Okay, so there's one Oaken Old sitting in the deck still.
There's Pulse of Candlehold that can recycle some of those threats back into the deck. And when we see Chris popping these auras, we know that he's not letting that Voltron build up.
Okay, and like it's important to note that he just took all of this damage. He's got something in his hand he wants to keep. So it'll be interesting to see if Chris here goes pass, assuming it's a Genesis or something of high value. No, he does target the aura. So Michael will have a window here to drop something spicy onto the field. You can drop Genesis and have the card to cycle Genesis on this turn. Very interesting play by Michael to take that damage, but we're watching 2 players that know what they're doing. I'm excited to see. What do you expect to see here from Michael? You got like 2 seconds. What do you want to see?
See Herald of Erudition.
Well, right now we're seeing poke. You're seeing naked shield poke, which, like we talked about earlier, will definitely be followed up with making a spectral shield, something to give this go again. We didn't take that damage for no reason, and Chris is not fooled by this by any stretch of the imagination.
He says, "Okay, what do you really got?"
Arc Light Sentinel.
There it is.
All right. Putting a little pressure on the board, saying, hey, I don't care how much you want to Starvo, you're not going to do it this turn, buddy boy. You're going to have to pitch something and throw that hammer.
You can Starvo, but you're going to be sad about the results.
You can Starvo, but you're just showing me your hand for free. So Michael here really leaning into preventing the high roll, pulling off the high roll plan and saying, listen, this game is moving too fast for me. I got to build a board state. I'm slowing it down. I'm shutting it down. The Arclight Sentinel play here is not something I saw coming, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I did not see this coming.
Yeah, sometimes you also draw hands. Like if you look at what's in the pitch zone, I believe that is a Genesis and a Pierce Reality, both of which don't block. So at a certain point, you have to say, well, I just got to take this damage because my cards don't block, and I try to prevent the swing back as much as I can by getting that Arclight Sentinel out there.
100%. And that's a great point. And we do see here the shield coming through to block for 1. Combat chain not interrupted. It looks like Crown of Siege trigger will eat the last Spectral Shield that was just made. And we're dropping another aura. This is what we were talking about. This is the moment that board state can begin to get out of control. So while Michael took a big hit and took a lot of damage, he was able to gain a lot as far as board state goes. Very interesting play, and you love to see it. Can Chris overcome this? We know Arclight Sentinel is going to eat whatever he's doing, but this next turn is going to be key for Chris. Michael dropping the Arclight Sentinel, obviously eating that attack, no options there, keeping a full hand.
You'll also notice that all 4 of the cards that Michael had in his hand were 0 blocks.
Right, so it was almost like he was forced to make the best of that situation.
Yeah, the blue and the Pierce Reality actually block for 2. I always forget that the new ones do block for 2.
The new auras do block for 2, yes.
Yeah. This way, I've heard Michael say before that if he can get 3 or 4 real non-spectral shield auras out, that is kind of a critical mass where it becomes very hard to deal with all of them. And that was definitely a big turn for building up that critical mass of those auras there.
It was, and then Chris on Starvo did a great job of saying, you know what, I also know this. We play on team together. We've play tested this matchup a million times. I got to fight back no matter how much I want to maybe do whatever I want to do. I got to fight back against that critical mass. But boom, the Merciful Retribution is dropped. That is a key card in this matchup. It starts punishing the Starvo player for keeping things at bay. I love to see Merciful Retribution here, and now we've put Chris to task. We're going to keep us at 3 auras. We're going to keep us at critical mass. We're going to say, hey, we're staying here. How long can you live on the edge? How long until you break?
And unless Chris draws the blink in his deck, it's very hard for him to make any progress.
Well, he is.
State.
It may be, but he is presenting Starvo. He's chosen to keep his arsenal target. He had a card, so maybe he's got something high value in the arsenal he's looking to hold on to. Or is he just throwing another Autumn's Touch? It doesn't seem like a clear run-out play, yet he did present Starvo, so we're in an interesting position here. He might be able to chip damage and pop an aura, but now you're put to task again. What do you pop it? You got 3 choices. You got everything sitting on the field. John, what's he popping if he goes for face on the first attack?
You gotta pop the Merciful Retribution.
Right? I agree 100%.
Not only is it the hardest card to get into play, but the value is really deceptive. Every aura that Chris pops, every shield that Chris pops for the rest of the game, if he leaves that Merciful in play, is going to be another point of chip damage. And when they're real auras, a lot of them will end up going to soul.
And we're going to stop you right there because we see a dominated, crippling crush coming out of Arsenal, 4 cards in hand, presumably leaving something to pitch the Winter's Wail to maybe target that Merciful Retribution, just like you talked about. But remember, it's me that has to worry about being quiet. You can be as loud as possible, dude. This play is ridiculous. What a hype play. Spinal Crush coming in, taking away that go again, saying, I don't want to take any poke. I want to chip through damage. I'm going to dominate this. I've seen all 3 soul shields. If it's not a yellow unmovable, I'm coming after you right here. Do you think there's a yellow unmovable sitting in that arsenal? It's the question of the day right now.
Yeah, I mean, the way the game has played out, I do not believe it is a yellow unmovable. There may be other cards like Sink Below. And
it's a blue unmovable coming out of arsenal. Ooh. It looks like. Wow. Okay, so we will mitigate some damage here. I believe not good. Enough. Let's see. Does that mitigate enough damage? Blue unmovable from Arsenal, what, blocking for 5?
+1 from Arsenal. So it'll be 6 plus the Soul Shield, which would mean he's 1 short even if he blocked with a 3 block from hand.
Yep.
There could have been some armor blocks here, but I think he's just resigned himself to taking some damage here. And then the hammer follow-up to get that Merciful like we thought was going to happen.
100%, but now you're looking. Here's an important play. Can I follow up, present third aura again, keep us at the point of critical mass, and keep telling that Starvo player, say, hey, Chris, you might keep coming after me, but I'm presenting critical mass. I'm presenting a board state that you can't keep up with, and you must keep dealing with it. And instead, wow, we go Herald of Erudition out of nowhere. Now remember, this is not unblockable because of the Crown of Siege trigger and Rampart, but blocking it out may render the Starvo trigger useless. So an interesting throw here.
But remember, it's for 7.
It is for 7. Oh my gosh.
It can't be popped, and it's for 7. I think there's no way Chris can fully block this. Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he could. He exactly has enough, it looks like.
He has null rune boots that I'm noticing for the first time. What is going on? Why is there null rune boots on the field, John? How did I miss that? I am failing at commentating. While we block this attack, fill me in. WTF?
So, as most people know, the Bravo boot slot is pretty marginal. The other options are Mage Master boots or Ironhide. And in this case, null rune boots are better in more matchups, and they have small margins in Prism because they can prevent that merciful retribution damage and other sources of arcane damage.
My goodness, the tech on these two high-level players going back and forth. Herald of Erudition with Dominate, 4/7, sitting on the combat chain right now. Null Rune Boots blowing away this commentator's mind. I'm pretty sure we saw Ironhide Boots from Chris earlier. It's very weird. With Ironhide Boots, you can full block this attack. Without Ironhide Boots, you're a little vulnerable. And he throws Tunic. We've taken Tunic down from the Starvo, from a Herald of Erudition, and we full blocked. Oh my gosh, he's pitched a Crippling Crush. He's brought something back around. Holy smokes, what is going on right now, John? I can't with my brain. My small, casual Peabody brain is being blown in this moment.
Those eruditions are just so explosive if they're actually able to land. Right now, Chris has a big advantage in life.
Yes.
I will say that time skippers are very good in this matchup. I do believe there was not room in the list because there were not very many prisms in our local meta.
Okay.
Though, if you're facing them in finals.
It's starting to feel bad not having them, and we're going to stay one step further away from that criticality here. Like we mentioned, Starvo will pitch something, presumably, take out one of these auras, and give the Prism player, give Michael an opportunity to drop aura in response or drop aura at the start of the turn to maybe get that go again, get that, that yellow pitch in zone and rebuild that board. I can't believe, I'm excited to see what's going to happen here. It does also look like he has a pulse in hand, so he wants to keep it to try to Starvo off. Life totals are getting thin, and the board is right now under control.
We're getting close to the point in the game where Chris needs to consider a pivot. With Michael's life total at 11, at a certain point you have to say, whatever auras you want to put into play, great. I'm going to try to just kill you.
I'm going after your life total, and it's going to be interesting to see when he decides, hey, your life total is far more important than any board state you can create. I don't care how many auras you can drop in the field if you're dead. Now, they're checking eruditions in the graveyard. I know that we've seen 2 thrown at this point. Has there been one blocked with? Yes, Bova pointing out the same thing that the rest of Team Hometown TCG Ascent is pointing out to me, that Merciful Retribution does Arcane. I just didn't think it was worthy of that much of a slot, showing the reason why you guys are the team, you're the pro team, you're coming for the scene, and I'm the content creator. I think we've distinguished that quite well after this evening.
So it looks like Chris is still in remove critical mass from your board rather than going for the throat at this point.
And I think that's right, because he did have a limited hand after blocking out that erudition, right? It's hard to go after. It's hard to make that pivot on a 3-card hand. But if we see a slow turn for Michael here, do you think 11 life is the moment he makes that decision?
I mean, as soon as we get another pulverize, right, the game's over.
Yes. Well, if we can dominate another pulverize with blues like we did, what was that, turn 3? Then yes, 100%. Granted, we don't see more of those yellow unmovables. We've seen 3 soul shields. We've seen a blue unmovable. I don't know if we've seen a yellow unmovable yet.
Yeah, and we know Michael's playing those yellow unmovables. They're so good in the deck.
They're in the list.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have this poke. Ode to Wrath coming down, presenting, saying, hey, if you're not going to come after my life total, then you know what? I'm going to keep this board state, and I'm coming after you. We got poke from Spectre Shield with 1. With go again, there is a yellow in that pitch zone, even though it's smothered by another card. We've got a yellow. We're going after the Starvo with some ping damage. And if I'm the Starvo, you're looking at this opportunity saying, if I have the nuts, this might be my pivot. This could be it. I know that there was a pulse in hand, so there's a good opportunity. You got something. Are you taking this risk, though, to throw an Autumn's Touch dominated?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be an Autumn's Touch. I'm going to go on record and say I think it's going to be something spicier than that, but you're going to get him real low.
Well, we're going to see it. We're presenting, and we've flipped Sexy Bravo, and you said no Autumn's Touch. So you and I are in competition right now, man. I think it's going to be something evergreen Autumn's Touch. You think it's spicy. Flip it over, Chris. Show us, win me this bet. I got Sexy Bravo staring at me. Oh my God! Oh my God! It is the Pulverize. It is a second copy of Pulverize coming down.
So we're looking at 16.
Well, I think the shake of the camera says it all of what happened out there. I was just joking about this card, and there it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have second copy, 16 Dominate Pulverize being thrown at this Prism, threatening the life total. Now the question is there a yellow unmovable sitting in that arsenal? Can we protect our life total on Prism? The Pulverize is down, the Dominate is in effect, Sexy Bravo staring you down the barrel. What's it gonna be, Michael? Where is the unmovable? Is it dug in the deck? Is it in the arsenal? We've used all 3 soul shields. What options do we have? Now, mind you, there is some equipment block available. There's an option to not be dead. Michael conceding, yep, you know what? No matter what, this is, whether I have unmovable or not, this stuff is stepping in front of this Pulverize. But can he stay alive? Twice in one game. Finna in chat pointing out twice in one game, we have Pulverizes dropped with Starvo ability triggered. This has got to be the most wild situation I've ever encountered in a high-level game. This is insane. If you're here for content like this, you are getting it. That is for sure. Michael in the tank. What are we going to do? And Michael is not only thinking about what's going on this turn, Michael is thinking about how this affects the next turn, the turn after that, how this is going to affect the rest of this game if we can still play it. Plays Sync below. Doesn't opt to sync, doesn't dig, has cards he likes in his hand, is blocking 6, is taking 10.
Looking like going to 1.
No, it looks like he's going to 2.
Oh, shield up? Yep, shield underneath all the...
Shield up, goes to 2. Benita points out we have 86 watching. If we get to 100, I have to email everybody, Star City, Channel Fireball, and LSS about live commenting. We are so close to 100, guys. Share this with your friends. If we get 13 more in here, I will be so stoked for that, guys. I cannot believe that. I am freaking pumped. Ode to Wrath poke coming through. Starvo probably going to flip up a middle finger, say, I don't care. Do your worst, Ode to Wrath. Let's go. Life total at 2.
Games until Phantasmaclasm comes down and presents lethal, but I think you're correct. No blocking here is probably the play.
I don't think Phantasmaclasm is coming down to present lethal anytime soon. Now, give us some insight. Dig us in. Is Phantasmaclasm in the list? Are we about to see that mystery arsenal card just spice things up?
No, and Chris knows the list pretty well, so I think he knows what's going on here. This is one of the downsides to playing your teammates in the finals. I will say, you can block pretty efficiently on these Ode to Wrath turns, like Shield blocks 2 essentially, Crown blocks 2 essentially, so depending, obviously there's no Arsenal right now, so they're not going to Crown, but 100%. Chris is going to have some options.
That's a great point, and as we talked about, it is Arclight Sentinel. Okay, so we see Michael prioritizing, saying, hi, I have to stay in live. I have this Arclight Sentinel. I need to put this down to keep myself alive. I have to maintain this board state and draw into something that allows me to take pressure. Now, you made a really good point. If he's able to build a board state and throw some heralds and start really gating back, 11 life is not enough. Often we're in that window that we talked about earlier today where Starvo cannot hold enough hand to do the Starvo thing. So Arclight Sentinel here is buying you some insurance, it's buying you some time and saying, let me high roll into this hand to keep Starvo off the Starvo game. And I think he's done a good job. Did you expect to see ALS here?
Yeah, I think it was really important that Michael found the ALS because really any dominated card, unless you have one of those immovables left, is going to close out the game. So this gives him more time to get those life totals closer. It's going to make it really close.
It is going to make it really close. Now, the Prism here, Michael gets to keep a full hand. That hammer will go at... Oh, the Blink play into Oaken Old. Starvo is 100%. It's not fused, but he is trying to regain control of this matchup. And the Prism player, Michael, is in a point where he can get caught with no blocks in hand. But he has the unmovable. Oh my God, he's got the immovable, ladies and gentlemen. He has it. He responds to the Oaken Old blink. Starvo is left without an arsenal. 2 cards in Prism hands. The pokes are coming through. Oh my gosh, what a play.
What a wild sequence.
What a
that was a
wild
roller
sequence.
coaster of a turn. I thought Chris was done when I saw the Arclight Sentinel. Then I saw the blink and I thought Michael was done, and then the immovable right back. I mean, what more do you want from the finals? That turn was amazing right there.
How do both players go back and forth and both players say, I'm taking control? No, I'm taking control. No, I'm taking it back. What a wild and ridiculous play. We got the Ode to Wrath poke coming through, still an empty arsenal zone, which is very important for the Starvo player that wants to activate this Crown of Seeds. They want to prevent 2 damage, but they can't. They've got nothing to do here. How is the Starvo player going to block? You love to see gameplay like this. It looks like we will get a shield activation, blocking at least 1. Probably not wanting to go to 5, fearing the rest of the cards in that hand. A Spectral Shield can be made. Go again can start happening. But are we out of yellows? There's so many variables at play here. I can't even talk through them all. And I'm a guy who likes to talk, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the Erudition pitch, making shields. It looks like we're going to have to start blocking from hand. I think the value here for the Starvo player is going to be getting an arsenal target at the end of this turn. You want an arsenal target. However, you also want to destroy that Ode to Wrath that is threatening lethal literally twice as fast as the rest of the board. Wow, what a decision point. Man, it would be nice to have those Ironhide boots right now.
It's so interesting. That shield creation is pretty nice here. It allows Michael to block with a single 3 block from hand on Hammer while not getting saddled with that Frostbite token, which could end up being very important on the coming turn. Plus, of course, it enables the go again of the rest of the turn. But yep, there we go.
And Michael has kept hand. Game. He has gone to 3, but he looks like he's got a crippling crush. So he won't be presenting Starvo. He does keep the arsenal target. He comes in directly at life total. We've reached the inflection point. We've reached the pivot. He's coming after the life total. Michael sitting at 2, got 7 coming at him. He's got 1 block still available on the skull cap. He does have Phantasmal Footsteps block available. He has a Spectral Shield that will eat some of this damage, but it's going to defend on the hand. Both players at any moment could low roll. Michael could draw into no blocks. Chris could draw into low 2 blocks and no blues. It's all on the table right now, but what I love about this play is Chris has kept a card for Arsenal, which, as we've talked about with Crown of Seeds, is key.
Yeah, that's going to both give him the option to prevent a lot of damage. All right, we got the 3 block and the sink.
All right, that was a red sink. For a second, I thought it was a blue sink, and I was like, what the H is Michael doing with a blue sink below in his deck? I am clearly out of touch, but here come the pokes. There's 1 more Spectral Shield available to be made, but we do have a Crown trigger here, which is important. We can trigger Crown, and if we can outlast this turn after the Spectral Shield creation, we can pivot into taking down some of those auras and try to take control of the game again. Great lines for each player. Chat's going wild right now. Some of the plays have been insane. I believe we're at 90 live viewers, 8 more, and I am put to task here. If you guys can find 8 people to jump into this stream right now, I will be put to task, and I cannot wait. And also, after the gameplay, remember, we are going to be interviewing the finalists, and we are going to be opening the gold freaking foil. So we do have a block here. We have a Crown trigger still sitting on the chain, hovering there, waiting to do something. What are we gonna do? This is absolutely wild gameplay. John has got people popping in over his shoulder to talk about the gameplay. What are they saying? What's the vibe in the arena like, John?
I'm gonna give any spoilers for the streams. I'm gonna keep mum's the word right now, but after the game is over, one way or another, I do want to mention we're going to be flipping the gold cold foil on stream, so everybody's going to see in real time what we get here.
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at 100. I'll talk about this after this play, but we do have 100 concurrent live freaking viewers. You guys are insane. Let's see how this play shakes out. I'm going to see how this play shakes out, but 100%, we will be talking about this afterwards. We'll be flipping a gold foil, but we have a Crown of Siege trigger floating and 2 Ode to Wraths coming through here. The second Ode to Wrath drop is insane. The gameplay here between these two players, we got another Ode to Wrath. Can the Starvo find their way out of this? It looks like 2 more block have to come down. 2 more block coming through.
1 on hit, take 2 more.
1 on hit, take 2, he says, to mask the fact that it's absolutely lethal. These are 2 players going back and forth. What a nutty game. Second Ode here. Did not see it coming, but it has hit the field. I thought for sure we were making a Spectral Shield, but no, it was spicier. Oh my gosh.
The fact that every one of these 0-cost attacks with Go Again is now lethal is just so huge. It is backbreaking to get out from a situation like this. Chris has done a really good job of trying to preserve his resources and try to put up as much of a fight here as he can, but it is a rough situation to be in.
It 100% is, and as we're going to see, we're going to be peeling cards out of the Starvo's hand. However, remember, we've kept 2 cards. We can destroy an Ode to Wrath and get an Arsenal target. We can destroy an Ode to Wrath, get an Arsenal target, and then try to get back on the front foot as we drag this game out to the deep end. We got to go back to controlling that board state. Because if... Oh my gosh, there was another Spectral Shield made?
Yeah, he had
the Tunic
cards.
counter!
Yeah.
The Tunic play! Oh my gosh, this game is insane. The Tunic play, 1 floating, another Spectral Shield presenting lethal, not going to let the Starvo keep a hand, and now we've entered a weird territory where even if you keep something, you have to pop an Ode to Wrath, because swinging in with a Merciful Retribution in hand could be lethal with the no block. Guys, this is the gameplay you're here for. This game is shaping up to be a close one. Both players analyzing the last play of this game. We are down to the wire here. The Spectral Shield generation that I missed on board could be the game. Can we get through 2 Pulverize, 2 Autumn's Touch dominated, an Oaken Old dominated? Can we work through all of it?
It's so tough. When you have 5 things that are presenting lethal, of course you can crown and shield with 1 card, but it is tough to dig your way out of this situation. And you know there's only more auras coming down at this point. Like, it's not like Michael's going to be like, okay, we got 5 in play. I'm good.
I'm stopping. So the Prism player feels in control. This is like that board state we talked about what felt like hours ago at the start of this game. This has been a slugfest between 2 high-end players, and that board state has reached the point that it feels like it might have gotten out of control. The Starvo player down to a last breath. Chris, looking at the card in his hand, digging, wants to find an answer, probably wants the card to be something that it's not. Is this an Arsenal target to try to live another turn through Crown, or is it a pop? He opts to pop. This is an important distinction here because he has turned off Crown of Seeds. He's committed to blocking with more from hand. So if Michael can still lay down another aura, just replace the Ode to Wrath that just went away, he can maintain lock on this game, and we could be looking at game over.
Yeah, the other tough part here is, in theory, if Michael has Merciful Retribution in hand, with 1 card, Chris would have died on the spot, so he couldn't really swing for lethal there. Right. He had to either pop or Arsenal. And if you Arsenal, you're just playing a losing game, right? He's only going to get more critical mass in play, and popping 1 thing a turn is not going to get you back in the game. So it's really tough for Chris. I don't know what can happen here.
He's in a tough spot. As mentioned in chat, we do have 100 people watching this tough spot that Chris is in. He's got a War Tune Herald blue with Go Again. Or no Go Again. That's a blue pitch. There's no go again on this War Tune Herald, but we assume there will be a yellow pitch followed up by some aura dropped to give go again. We assume go again is coming. There's no chance
I can't imagine.
Yeah, there's no chance this is the naked play. But Chris knows he has to block this.
Ideally, you got to pop it here. And I should note this is for 7. Oh, he's clapping.
He's got no blocks in hand. He displays the hand to his opponent, and that will be the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael on Prism takes down the Proquest. Wow. Big shout out to both these players. What a freaking back and forth. What a game.
What a game. What a game.
Absolutely wild.
Between the pulverize and then that turn where they went with the blink and then the immovable and then back and forth. I mean, this was anybody's game. Very high level play from both players. And like, look at those life totals at the end. 2-3.
2-3.
It could have gone either way.
It could have, and that's something that you guys on Team Hometown TCG Ascent preach, and the reason you love FaB so much, the reason I love this game so much, is it's decided by skill. A lot of these high-level games are decided by players going, and here's the gold foil reveal. Ladies and gentlemen, what's it going to be?
No Rune
Robe. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a No Rune Robe gold foil reveal. We got a PTI invite going over. What a series of games. And then a quick second to shout out you guys. You guys in chat got this stream to 100 live concurrent viewers. That means that I will be sending out the email. I will be reaching out to Channel Fireball, to Star City Games, and to LSS personally to offer myself up for live commentating for these events. What an absolute bonkers night of flesh and blood gameplay. Stay around here. We are going to interview both of our finalists. We are going to get members of the team, members of the community. We will have Joey back from Decks and Drafts talking some FaB. And I want you guys to let me know in the comment section right now, what was the most insane play in that game that you did not see coming? Because I have a list. How's the vibe? How's the vibe in the store, John? You're in there with everyone right now.
There are cheers. Everybody is so stoked to have such a great finals to end the tournament on. I want to say the whole top 8, they were just close games all around. All of the ones that I participated in, the ones that I was looking at next to me, it was just a really strong top 8, and that finals is really just the cherry on top of a really great weekend. I really do think that both players, this was a very long day, as people that have been playing in those Proquests know. We had 6 rounds of Swiss followed by 3 rounds in the top 8, and the fact that the players could keep their gameplay at such a high level, I think really speaks well to both of them, and I just want to give such a huge shout out of congratulations to both of them for making finals and having such a great tournament. Big congratulations to Michael, of course. Winner chicken dinner actually takes home that Proquest invite. We will be seeing him in Jersey for sure. And Chris maybe doing a little bit of traveling for some Proquest. So no matter where you live, you're not safe. He might be coming for you where you live. So
he is, and we will also be seeing Michael on Hometown TCG for a full interview talking about his Proquest experience in the games and you know, some of the stuff we got to watch. So shout out to all of you guys. Team Hometown TCG Ascent, you guys are crushing it. And I want to tease really quick, we have something big coming. Hometown TCG Ascent aims to make every member of the Hometown TCG community reach their flesh and blood goals, whether it's just getting better at your local armory, whether it's competing at high levels of flesh and blood like this. You guys are out there to crush the community and make everyone better. So if you want to join the Hometown TCG community, I'm going to do a quick plug. Visit me at patreon.com/HometownTCG, join the Discord, and be ready for the announcement dropping. But screw all that. I mean, let's get away from all that.
I'm going to go get our finalists.
I want to talk to these finalists. I want to know.
Who do you want first? You want Chris first, and then we'll end with Michael?
I think that sounds great. I'm just super stoked. Send in Chris, and shout out to you guys again for watching. Let's interview Chris about that last game. Chris was the Starvo player that pulverized in that game. Joey, we got you here. What did you think of that craziness?
We're gonna get some pictures, and then we're gonna bring them in, and we're gonna download and decompress and process what the heck just happened, because that was nuts.
What a game. All right, dude, get your pictures. I'll hang out here with chat. We got a couple people we were asking about what their most wild play. We got the dominated pulverize was the absolute nuts of the play. We got the defense reaction won the game. Man, what an insane series of plays. Chris, thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Good luck at your Proquest. Thanks for everyone. We got interviews coming, so don't anybody go anywhere. We want to pick these high-level players' brains.
Yes, absolutely. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna make sure that's a thing. You're staring at half an empty room for a little bit, but I'm gonna go wrangle. Be right back.
That is totally fine. I don't mind staring at an empty room for just a little bit. I might. There we go. All right, guys, what a crazy event. We saw everything. We saw a very wide variety. We saw top four different heroes going at it. We have high level dash gameplay. We got Starvo, we got Prism, we had Viscerai Tech trying to pivot off OTK into aggro Viscerai for, maybe unfavorable matchups. Oh my gosh, that thing was just insane. What an event. I hope you guys are having as much fun as I'm having. Man, the level of skill in this game was insane. I loved seeing it. Oh, looks like we got some background noise. The Colorado Proquest is partying right now, guys. The Colorado Proquest is popping off. Oh my goodness. Joey, you were on the floor. You watched the whole game. You saw everything from the quick flip defense reaction swing turn to the dominated pulverize stand up and flex and shake the table. What were some moments? Help us relive that. How was the environment?
I think some of the most fun. Actually, let me close this real quick.
No, he's leaving us on bated breath.
Yeah, whatever. No, don't get in. They're coming in. But anyway, I'll start showing mine because some of the people who were watching this screen or who were watching the other stream didn't get a chance to watch, didn't get a chance to hear. So the camaraderie throughout the game was absolutely fantastic. It was so much fun. I mean, just Chris just pulverized, and we're all laughing our heads off. We're also one of the other fun moments that you don't get to hear if you can't hear the microphone is all of this tension of this game. And one, we can hear this stream, and if that's not the issue, the boards in this place are so freaking creaky. So it's like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with this pulverize? Like, please stop.
You had to hear me shouting and hyped in the background. Oh my gosh.
It was pretty rough. So, yeah, I mean, just there was so much craziness going on. So, but anyway, I've actually got Chris in the room. I'm gonna try to back this camera up a little bit because we're gonna try to get two of them in here. I'm gonna try to get Michael as well. So I need your help here, director.
Is that me?
On this?
I think that's me.
Yeah, that's not what I'm looking at.
Well, that's Chris's fault for being a cool dude. I agree. Chris, what are you doing? Why are you a cool dude? All right, your camera is backed up, and Joey, where you're sitting is perfectly centered in frame. So if we have one person, they'll sit where you sit, and then we get to talk. We luckily get to chat with Chris here. Now, if you guys have been following along, you've been with this stream from the start, I do want to just shout out Dex and Draughts and Joey for putting this all together. Huge shout out to you. We planned this last second, and we threw it together, and you did an awesome job, dude. But the problem is, Joey, you're bringing in now two people on stream with sexier hair than me. So I don't like it. This is the second long hair. No, not you. You're short hair like me. These long-haired, sexy dudes are playing Sexy Bravo, are ruining it. Chris, congratulations on your high run in this Proquest. You piloted Starvo in a way that I think most people will be impressed with. How you feeling? How was your day? To walk us through some of your thoughts.
I'm going to let him answer that. I'm going to go get Michael as well, and I'll be right back. So
let's go. All right, Chris, walk us through some of your thoughts. How you feeling, dude? You can move over for me to your left. Out. Move over. Center yourself. Move over. Left. Boom. There you go. Let's go. How you feeling, dude?
So, number one, I'm worn out, but it was a great day. I was so happy with what the team did, putting 4 of us in the top. There were no losers in the finals there. Me and Michael were just having a great time. I sat down at breakfast today, and I'd already eaten. So I just ordered bacon and built my deck, which that's always a great start to a tournament. Bacon, pick those last 7 cards. And I'll tell you what, I put in Expose the Elements too exposed to the elements. Every Oldhim match that I played, I got their crown and their shield, and I ran them out of cards.
Let's go. So you ground grindy Oldhim into the dirt.
Yeah, there was even one that ran Rainbow Staunches against me, also ran out of cards.
Wow, now that's some tech. Now we have another visitor, so do me a favor. Keep moving left. Move even farther left.
There we go.
And this man, a little bit more if you could. I'm going to, Joey called me a director, so now I want to be fancy. Move a little bit more if you can.
Hey, hello.
Now, this man didn't even want to let you have an interview by yourself. He already beat you and took away your thunder with some insane back and forth gameplay. And now he's jumping in on your interview. Michael, welcome to the show. Walk us through kind of your experience of your day, some of your thoughts here.
I got my teammate here.
Yeah. It was a great game, regardless of the outcome. I mean, we both knew that we were both gonna, be happy with whatever the outcome was gonna be. For the day as a whole, like, I always felt like Prism. I always say that Prism trades life for board state, and once you assemble Voltron, that's when you try to start making the turn. Against Starbro, I mean, the same plan: aggressively put big defense reactions into Arsenal and wait for their off turn, and that's when you can strike. That was just the game plan going into it. I mean, he pulled off 2 huge pulverizes on me.
And he flexed. He pulled up pulverize and stood up and flexed.
It was the wrong play.
Yeah,
I was too excited. I should have crippling crush. It would have been much better.
Yeah. Yes. But it was flashy for sure, and it did make me sweat a few bullets there. I'm like, I do not have a D-React ready right now. I just need to survive because I knew I had Arclight in Arsenal. I had the pitch capable to, bring it back out. And I knew that when I looked at the health difference, it was like 2 to 16 at that point, and I had Ode out. So I knew that this represents about 6 damage. I can pull him down to 10 with that combination, and then I get a free turn, assuming he doesn't have Blink. He did have the Blink, but that was something I took into account.
But he had the Blink, and then you had what? The play of the day that had us in the booth going nuts. The unmovable off the Blink turn. You slam the Blink, you followed by the quick slam of the unmovable, and the booth and myself were going insane. It was watching 2 heavyweight fighters go back and forth. We thought you had board state. We thought that Michael had board state. Then we thought that Chris had board, and then followed up, and the board state just swapped 16 different times. What a freaking play!
Blood. I was like, attack Prism.
Face. I'm like, stop.
Yeah.
You were feeling blood.
Please.
It was nutty. I want to open up chat. Let you guys in chat, if you've got any questions for these two in the top, post them in chat now, and I'll wait for them. I'll let you guys know. You don't have to monitor. I'll let you guys know when the questions come. But did you guys see this matchup coming when you started your day?
We've tested this a few times.
Yeah. And it's always like kind of back and forth between the two of us when it comes to that matchup. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Does going first or second matter?
It matters a lot.
Oh, huge difference.
Yeah.
I thought I might actually get close to 50-50 with going first. Guardian has the tools to beat Prism.
Yes.
It's hard to go that far down the line. And so we're trying to dance between it. And Michael can tell you kind of where he went on that line.
Yeah, so I actually was hedging my bets. I was saying, hey, let's hope not to come across any sort of Death Dealer or Lightning Lexi, because that is pretty much an auto loss for me. I knew Dash was a terrible matchup for me, so when I saw that Chris had defeated Seth in the semifinals, I was super relieved because I'd rather play against Starbro as opposed to Dash. So I really just kind of played the field, and I went hard on the auras. 27, full suite.
Wow.
So as you can imagine, that makes you very vulnerable to certain matchups. But that was a calculated risk.
Right. Well, it sounds like you guys. Yeah, I mean, you really thought it through, and I want to get a couple chat questions for you. I don't want to cut you off, but I know chat's excited to talk to you guys, and there's a lot of chat questions. So first for Chris, how do you feel about the no rune boots now? The no rune boots were a talking point in the booth. Several times the comment was made by, I'm not going to say who, but it might be me, that, man, Ironhide legs would be great here.
Instead of
running the no rune boots.
Yes. How do you feel about no rune boots now post-match?
I've played Michael so many times that Michael is our Prism expert on Team Home TCG Ascent. You saw it displayed very well on any of his camera matches, I'm sure. He's always setting up board state, and you could just get mowed down with if you're not running the null rune against him. So I know it's going to be a grindy match. I just can't afford to take that damage while I'm also trying to trade damage to him. It doesn't end well very often.
Okay, that's a good answer. And for the Prism deck, which heroes do you fear? What heroes are you saying, I really don't want to see this? I know you mentioned Lightning Lexi earlier, but is there anything else?
My route today was actually very difficult. I keep telling my team that Viserai is a very bad matchup for me. I fought against 3 of them today.
Oh, wow, okay.
2 of them lost to 1, beat John in the was it quarterfinals? Yeah, which I mean he drew terribly. Like honestly, I think that should have been a pretty easy win for him. So Viserai is terrible because of the split damage. It's just very hard for Prism to effectively block that, maintain health, and still drop auros. And then any sort of big go wide deck. So yeah, that's why I say Lightning Lexi, Death to Alexi's bad one. I also fought against a Reinhardt today. That sucked. You don't want to do that. Shout out to Kendra if you're watching this. Yeah, she played it really, really well. It's very hard. And so you have to get a little lucky to fight those matchups, unfortunately.
Well, 100%. And you sorry, go ahead.
Like he's running Tunic with a good number of blues, and every time that Tunic hits, there's a 4-drop aura coming down so efficiently. And it gets so much value over the course of the game when you're hitting that 4 break. It's really brutal. He can get them down so efficiently. It's hard to keep up for a Guardian.
Well, it sounds like you guys not only played, a couple really good games, but you really you've thought this through. And big congratulations to you guys. And I want to give whichever one of you wants to go first. Go ahead. Any thoughts you think, anything you want to say to chat, anything you want to say to anyone that might be watching, whichever one of you wants to go first, and then the other one will get the exact same chance. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, quick shout out to my chauffeur, Jay. He's not watching this, and G-Raw, great play partners. My lovely wife, who's by my side, game after game. Dad, if you're still watching. Eric, if you're still watching. My brother, I don't know if you're watching this either. Yeah, I got probably a couple people watching this. So yeah, just really appreciate you guys' support. Really, really appreciate it. Love you guys.
Well, congratulations.
I just gotta, with my last words, represent Team Ascent, Hometown TCG. It's been insane every time you get on Discord. There's probably 4 to 6 of us on available for testing around, and I think all of us have collectively gotten so much better this season. I had a team of 2 last season. It's just felt, it's about playing good matches. I thought that was a great match, and at the end of the day, we're all getting better. This is one little tidbit that I just realized today. This version of Starbro, the only losses in Swiss is to Team Ascent. Team Ascent.
Really?
Oh, yep.
So maybe it's time to switch up because they're cleaning you up internally.
Yeah, they've got the recipe. I'm gonna have to, I've got some wild cards, so we'll see what comes up next. But yeah, thanks to everyone. Thanks to chat for watching. I heard we had 100. That's awesome. That was a great match.
Yeah, we had 100, and what that means is I have to reach out to Star City Games, Channel Fireball, and LSS about actually commentating events for them. That was the deal, and they got to 100, so I got to do that. But major, I'm so stoked, and major shout out to you guys. You guys rocked the day. You pulled the gold foil. You got the invite. You guys are crushing it. So huge shout out to them. And then huge shout out to you guys in chat. Thank you so much for hanging out and watching all of us. If you want to support me and my channel further, you can obviously hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. All that stuff helps. And if you want to go above and beyond and join the Hometown TCG Discord, visit me at patreon.com/HometownTCG. And actually, Hometown TCG and Team Ascent, Team Hometown TCG Ascent has something spicy brewing for members of the Hometown TCG Patreon community. I know you guys are stoked about that. I know I'm stoked about that. The announcement's not going to come to next week. I think it's safe to say, Michael, we're going to see you on the channel early next week for a winning interview, maybe a deck tech, stuff like that. Maybe show you off a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think it's safe to say we're going to take all the other members of Team Ascent that didn't win and sweep them under the rug and say, get good.
Hardly the case. These guys have taught me so much.
No, these guys are awesome. Your guys, I've been saying it all game. You guys didn't get a chance to hear it because you were playing. Not only your ability to play the game, but the fact that you're just such positive members of the community. You're just awesome people. You're great to be around. I'm so lucky to be able to work with awesome people like you guys. So the pleasure's all, just all mine, and thank you so much. And then I'm going to let you guys go. It's been a heck of a day. You're done sitting in front of this camera. You want to go grab a beer and celebrate. So congratulations, guys, one more time. Shout out to you. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
Too. Have a good night.
Up, guys. I don't know if you're still going or I can wrap it up with you.
Yep, we're going to wrap up here, guys. So you guys following in chat, if you haven't checked out Joey right next to me, who made this all possible on Decks and Drafts, he builds Welcome to Play kits. He's giving out decks. He's welcoming people into this game. He's got a YouTube channel of Decks and Drafts that you can find linked in this video's description. Make sure you follow him. Joey, on a personal note, I messaged you out of the blue about making this happen, and you freaking snapped to, and you just made this amazing night of Flesh and Blood. So shout out to you, dude. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And shout out to you for basically coming in and saying I do software engineer stuff, and I just try to get from point A to point B to point C because I had no clue how in the world we were going to pull this off.
Hey, dude, you do the creative stuff, and you be that creative brain, and I can plug in two wires together. That's my strength. Joey is GOAT, as Chad is saying. That is freaking true. Joey is GOAT. I love your content, dude. Do you want to shout anyone out before I close the stream here?
Yeah, I definitely want to shout a couple people out. First off, I got to shout out Kyle over at Fabled Collections. He rents this place out basically every time he does an event because his place is not big enough. The Subway guys at his location still think that's their smoking closet. It's not actually that's not actually a joke. They actually keep going and thinking that's where they're supposed to smoke. So big shout out to Kyle. Big shout out to everybody who came in and was able to step up on the commentary. Hometown TCG Ascent rocked it. Absolutely rocked it. Everybody who I've been talking to has said, wow, this commentary makes such a difference. It's something I want to do so much more with the events that we have. So big thank you to you. Big thank you to them. Big thank you to everybody in chat on both streams, honestly. It was great getting that one going. 6 rounds of just kind of silence and laughing at each other. So thank you for that.
Some people like to watch unfiltered gameplay, and I love that. I love that you had that up, bro.
Yeah, and honestly, you really got to go listen to that last game on my stream just because the camaraderie and the laughter and the banter back and forth during that, especially during some of those pulverized turns and whatnot. We were having the time of our lives. It was such a fun stream. But yeah, that's essentially what I've got. Thank you again. You were freaking amazing. Everybody on stream was amazing. This is one of the best times I've ever had with Flesh and Blood. Second best because the coaxing is always going to take over. Taking over a brewery and bringing in 6-7 dozen people is a pretty high bar to hit. But this definitely ranks second in my book.
Well, hey, next time, man, when you're not working, you're not judging the events, we grab a beer together. And huge shout out again. Thank you guys so much. Again, visit his YouTube channel. Check me out on YouTube. You can check me out on Patreon at patreon.com/HometowntCG. And until next time, guys, you guys know me. My name is Josh.
I'm Joey, Decks and Drafts.
And we will see you guys around. Thank you so much. Take it easy, everyone.